Chapter 1. Jack Bunker leaned his head back against the thinly padded headrest of the swaying Amtrak train as it rhythmically chugged its way higher through the heavily forested countryside of the majestic Rocky Mountains. He kept his eyes turned to the right and focused on the colorful tapestry rolling past the passenger window, knowing all the while that a pair of piercing blue eyes was locked onto his face by the fidgeting young boy sitting across from him. The stare-down began an hour ago, when an attractive soccer mom and her red-headed son decided to share the adjoining seat in the sightseeing car. Bunker didn't blame the kid. Curiosity was part of a young person's nature, especially when confronted with a tall stranger wearing playing card-sized bandages across both sides of his neck. Fortunately, Bunker's long-sleeve t-shirt covered up his chest, back, and arms, keeping his self-indulgent political statements hidden from the rest of the planet. If Bunker had to guess, he'd estimate the inquisitive boy was around 10 years old. The freckles across his cheeks and nose may have been thin, but his weight was a tad thick. "Excuse me, mister, what does that mean?" the kid asked, pointing at the 3 tattooed letters on Bunker's knuckles. "What's BTF?" The kid's mother, a pretty, voluptuous blonde woman in her late 20s, didn't interject or stop the intrusion, so Bunker decided to answer the lad. "It means born to fight. Something my dad used to say to me when I was about your age." "Did it hurt when your dad put those letters on your hand?" "No, son. I had those letters tattooed on when I joined the Marines. I did it to honor my father's memory after he passed away." "I think I want some letters, too," the boy said, swinging his eyes up to his mother, who was seated next to him. She didn't answer her son, seemingly more interested in the iPad sitting on her lap. Ever since she'd sat down, her cell phone never seemed to stop chiming from yet another text message. Working her technology was keeping her too busy to notice his obvious cover-up with the bandages or her son's questions. Yet, she wasn't the only one who was distracted. Most of the other rail riders had their eyes focused on the countryside streaming past the windows at a steep incline, or had their heads buried in their portable tech, too. Bunker wondered what the rest of the passengers would think if they knew who they were traveling with. It had been 2 months of off-the-radar wandering since he'd left behind his past and went in search of a new life. So far, he hadn't found what he was looking for, but at least his jet-black hair had made a full comeback, resuming its sweeping fullness. He'd almost forgotten what it was like to have something to comb after running bald for what seemed like forever. He planned to keep it simple by slicking it straight back, at least for now. Next up, he needed to find a new, stress-free life that would match his simple hairstyle. He wasn't sure where he was going when he'd got on this train, but he figured he'd know it once he arrived. When you start a fresh journey into the unknown, it helps to allow random luck to select your path. If not, then you run the risk of letting old habits and burnt-in thought patterns influence the decision-making process. When that happens, it increases the chances of falling right back into the same swirl of discontent from which you are trying to escape. At least, that's what he hoped for himself by letting fate guide him to this place in time. His decision to find a new life started with an off-the-books name change, and the selling of his most prized asset for cash, clothes, and a few supplies, most of which were stuffed into an army surplus duffel bag stowed in the overhead bin. He'd gone minimalist by shedding most of what made him him, at least the old him. Hopefully, this reboot would change everything. He had been walking the back roads mostly, though he'd caught a few rides from generous strangers who'd stopped to see if he needed any help. He didn't have his thumb out hitchhiking, nor was he asking for help. They just stopped on their own to make sure he was okay, and that surprised him, and gave him hope for the cesspool known as society. 2 months of mostly anonymous travels had taught him a few things already. One of which was that, when you immerse yourself in the reality of rural, off-the-radar living, you can actually feel the difference in the atmosphere around you. Not just with the crystal clean air entering your lungs, but in the way the air cradles your soul, allowing you to absorb a more casual, free lifestyle through the pores in your skin. "Excuse me, sir," the slender yet curvy woman with the plunging neckline said, finally speaking up after leaning forward and touching his forearm from across the gap between the seats. He kept his eyes in check, even though her abundance of cleavage was screaming at him to look down. "Yes," he said, giving her a thin smile and a quick nod. He didn't want to have a conversation with anyone at the moment, but if he was going to become a new and improved version of himself, then it was time to engage the rest of civilization, like any normal person would. "Do you happen to know when we're supposed to pull into the Denver station?" she asked. "I'm guessing about 2 hours, give or take. Gonna take a while to climb some of these hills. They're pretty steep. You can really hear the engine chugging now." 2 hours. I don't think my bladder is going to hold out that long. He wondered why she didn't know the schedule already. Unless she relocated from another seat on the train, he assumed she'd just gotten on the train at the previous stop. Maybe she was in a hurry when she purchased the ticket and didn't have a chance to memorize the stops. "You do realize there's a head at the rear of the car, right? No reason to hold it." "Yeah, I know, but have you seen it? It's a unisex bathroom and it's disgusting. No offense, but you men can't seem to ever hit what you aim at, especially my ex-husband. He was the worst. I swear he did it on purpose, just to push my buttons." Bunker nodded. She was right. Most of the men on the planet were pigs, and on so many levels, the least of which was spraying the seat when taking a leak. If she only knew the kind of men Bunker used to run with, then she'd truly understand what constituted an asshole and a disgusting bathroom. The shitter at his last job was biblical. Talk about ripe. When a series of memory flashes from his past decided to dance front and center in his mind, he couldn't help but offer up a smirk. The woman's eyes lit up with energy after she leaned her head back. "Just once, I'd like to walk into a shared bathroom and not have to bring a stack of wipes and can of Lysol with me. I mean seriously, is that too much to ask?" He wanted to verbally agree with her, but before he could think of something clever to say, the overhead lights in the car blinked out and the train began to slow. The only light in the train car was the sunlight beaming in through the windows. "That's weird," she said, flashing a look of confusion. The woman fiddled with the iPad screen, then checked her cell phone. "How could both of them be dead?" "Mine too, Mommy," the boy added, holding up his video game unit in front of her eyes. When the kid turned it around, Jack realized it wasn't a game after all. It was an educational system with a blank screen in the center and a series of raised, multiple-choice buttons across the bottom. The stamped metal nameplate at the top said Frankie's Science Lab. Bunker turned his eyes from the kid's device and ran a quick visual survey of the passengers with electronics in his vicinity. Each of them looked to be either confused or concerned. He heard a smattering of "what the hell," "stupid battery," and "this cell phone never works right" comments, plus a few other, more colorful phrases that the young boy across from him should not have heard. The locomotive continued to slow until it came to a complete stop, thanks to the steep incline and the pull of gravity. "You've got to be kidding me," a portly man with a bad comb-over job said from Bunker's left, throwing up his hands in disgust. His wrinkled pinstripe suit and loose-fitting tie screamed businessman heading home to Denver. "My wife is going to be pissed. She hates it when I make her wait at the terminal." "I wonder if they stopped for something on the tracks, sis," an elderly woman said. She was sitting with a woman who looked like her twin. Both of them were in their 80s and sporting scarves, sweaters, saggy skin, and liver-spotted cheeks. The woman's sister spun her head and said, "I don't think so, Dolars. Why would the power be out?" "Don't you remember, Dottie? That's what happened last year on our Alaskan cruise when the engines quit." "Yes, I remember. Their generators went down when the engine stopped." Bunker stood up in a flash and stepped into the center aisle. Something was nagging at him to head to the engine room and see what was happening. "Where are you going?" the blonde woman asked, still seated. He wasn't sure why she was asking since it wasn't any of her business, but he decided not to be rude. "I gotta go check on something." "Can I go with him, Mommy?" "No, Jeffrey. Little boys don't go off with men they don't know. Remember what I told you about stranger danger?" "Yeah, but I want to go see Mom." "No, honey, it's best if you stay here with me, where it's safe." "Geez, ever since you kicked Dad out, I never get to do anything fun." Bunker was about to turn for the exit, but something caught his eye outside. High in the sky and banking left was a commercial airliner. He could see the entire spread of its mighty wingspan, soaring like a metal eagle in search of prey. It was moving slower than expected and dropping in altitude. The turn looked to be controlled, but the speed of its descent was much too fast. The hairs on the back of his neck started to tingle. Something was wrong. He could feel it. He checked but didn't see any sign of smoke trailing behind it, nor was there any indication of a mid-air collision in the sky around it. While the stark white plane continued its steep turn, he ran a quick trajectory check of its course. A second later he realized it was headed straight for them, on an apparent intercept vector with the train. "Get down," he shouted to the passengers in the car. "Get down now." Heads turned and a few people flinched, but nobody took his advice. Bunker pointed out the window. "There's a plane headed right for us." The blonde and the friendly boy he was sitting with whipped their heads around and looked out the window. The woman screamed, but never took her eyes from airplane headed right for them. Bunker grabbed her with one hand and the kid with the other, pulling them both to the deck. He covered their bodies and then looked around at the other passengers. Many of them were now on the floor as well, covering their heads with their hands. A few were still in their seats, their minds unable to reconcile what their eyes were reporting. Some passengers were screaming hysterically, while others looked frozen in time and unable to move. He waited for the roar of the jetliner's engines to reach his ears, but it never came. Instead, a massive explosion rang out as the floor beneath them began to shake violently. It felt like an earthquake, and the ground tremors were intensifying. The thunderous sound of twisting metal dwarfed the passengers' cries and screams, leading him to believe a massive fireball was headed their way next. Soon they'd all be sprayed with jet fuel, burning alive in a metal coffin built for 50. When the windows shattered, he sucked in a breath and held it, figuring he'd just taken his last breath. Chapter 2. When the deafening noise and bone-rattling vibration stopped, Bunker let out the breath he'd been holding. Somehow, he was still alive. So, too, were the mother and son cowering beneath him. He could feel the pounding of their heartbeats and heaving of their chests against his skin. The train car was all quiet, and so was the countryside, even with the windows blown out. It was as if the entire planet was in shock and rendered mute. Even the ear-splitting screams and desperate cries for God's help had vanished, replaced with stunned silence. He raised his head and looked around. There was glass everywhere as the wind whistled through the passenger car, but the train was still upright and on its wheels. Everyone looked to be alive and there wasn't any blood that he could see. A miracle, to be sure. "Are we dead?" the blonde woman asked, uncoiling her arms from around her son. "Unbelievably." No, Bunker answered before rolling his 200-plus pounds off of his seatmates. Are you two okay? They both nodded, but their teary faces told a different story. All four eyes were wide and showing an excess of white, looking like Jesus himself had just paid them a visit and touched their souls. How are we still alive? Blondie asked. I don't know. I was sure that plane was headed straight at us. It sounded like it crashed right outside, she added. I thought we were all going to die. Maybe the pilot turned at the last second when he saw us, the boy interjected, pushing the words through his trembling lips. I've read about pilots doing that to try to save people on the ground. Maybe, Bunker said, crawling to his feet. I'll go check. He made his way down the aisle, turning sideways and pushing past a half-dozen passengers who were standing and milling about. Some of them looked lost and confused, while others were pawing at their cell phones with wobbly hands and pale faces, trying to get the screens to come on. There were plenty of tears visible, and a few hugs being exchanged, but nobody was actively crying. He slid the door open at the end of the car and stepped outside, making his way down a set of metal steps. 3 steps later, his feet found the gravel base surrounding the train tracks below. The hairs on the back of his neck began to tingle as if he just felt a chill, even though the sun was in the throes of a midday burn. He changed his focus and scanned the length of the train cars ahead. All of them seemed to be intact. However, behind a thick stand of trees on the left was a huge plume of black smoke furling into the nearly cloudless sky. There weren't any flames that he could see, or heat for that matter. But he could definitely smell the fire thanks to the stiff breeze smacking him in the face. Based on the rising speed of the smoke twisting in the wind, he knew it was close. He took a step forward, but was knocked off stride when someone bumped into him from behind. It was the plus-sized businessman with the bad comb-over job. He'd taken position on Bunker's immediate right. The man's eyes locked onto the winding smoke trail. That's gotta suck. His voice had no emotion fueling his words. He smirked, looking slightly amused. Talk about your community barbecue. Bunker couldn't believe the man's indifference to the horrible deaths of what he assumed were hundreds of passengers aboard the downed airliner. He decided to move 3 steps away for some much-needed airspace from the sweaty man, who reeked of cigarettes and cheeseburgers, even with the breeze ruffling the tail of his untucked, long-sleeve shirt. The familiar scent of vanilla made it to Jack's nostrils, making him think the 40-year-old, oversized chunk next to him must have come from a strip club somewhere. All that was missing was a sprinkle of glitter transfer and a red splotch of lipstick on the man's neck. I wonder how many were on board, the man asked. Then he let out a short chuckle and cocked his head. Their attorneys are going to have a field day. I wish I had a piece of all those billable hours. I know my firm could use it. Bunker ignored the lawyer and stepped around him. He took off for the locomotive with a quick, churning step as he worked his way along the procession of train cars. The tracks were elevated on a steep embankment, giving him a high-angle view of the foliage below. When he arrived at the engine, he found 2 men standing on the tracks in front of the engine. They were close together and slightly turned, looking at an angle to the left. Both men wore similar business-style clothing, including black shoes and pants, colored dress shirts and ties, and black vests. Each man was clearly in his middle years, with wrinkles, trim waists, and broad shoulders. The man with a thick mustache had an iconic black hat in his hand, holding it over his heart as it flapped in the wind. Bunker could see the Amtrak logo printed on the front, just above the narrowing brim. The words above the logo said Amtrak Conductor. Jack assumed the other man was the engineer. When some loose rock crunched under Bunker's feet, the 2 railroad employees spun their heads and looked at him. What happened? Bunker asked, hoping he didn't startle the men. The engineer, who was still wearing his cap, pointed at the trees to the left and spoke next. The slope of his eyes and shape of his face signaled he was of Asian descent. Just missed us. I don't know how or why, but thank God it did. Jack took a quick inspection of the scene, recording all the facts his eyes were reporting in mere seconds. The plane hit the tracks ahead first, taking out a long section of the iron rails and wooden railroad ties underneath. A huge section of the embankment was missing, too, leaving behind an open crater that wouldn't be fixed anytime soon. To the left, a path of destruction had been cut through the forest, angling down and into a vast canyon below. Some of the trees looked charred, but they weren't on fire. He didn't understand how, but it didn't change the facts. He walked ahead a few yards and followed the trail of smoke into the valley beyond. There was a river cutting through the center of the canyon. The white caps of its rapids were clearly evident, indicating it was a fast-moving current. Just on the other side of the water were chunks of the plain, at least 15, each of them burning. The jagged sections had been ripped apart and spread out in directions leading away from the river. Some of the trees around the mangled wreckage were on fire, too, sending intense columns of flames up from their trunks. The conductor showed up at his side. "Do you think anyone is still alive?" "I don't see how," Bunker said. "Someone should go down there and check." Bunker shook his head. "Not without climbing gear and a full rescue team. That's too steep a drop. Besides, I doubt anyone could have survived that crash. It was too violent. No, I'm afraid they're all gone." "That fire doesn't look good either," the conductor said, sounding concerned. "It'll head away from us." "How could you possibly know that?" Bunker pointed at the raging water below. "I doubt it's gonna cross that massive river, plus the wind is blowing away. I'm not sure, but I think that's the mighty Colorado." "Actually, it's the Arkansas River." Bunker nodded, then turned and went back to where the engineer was still standing, his mouth agape. The conductor joined him. Bunker swung his arm, pointing at the airplane's flight path. He decided to channel something Jeffrey said a few minutes earlier. "It looks like the pilot banked right at the last second when he saw our train sitting here, helpless." The engineer shook his head, his eyes locking onto Bunker's. "I don't think that's what happened. It looked like the pilot had a dead stick to me. I think it's more likely that a gust of wind caught the wings and changed its trajectory. That's why it missed us." "All those poor people," the conductor muttered. Bunker looked at the engineer. "I take it the train stopped because you lost power." "Yeah, the engines quit when our systems suddenly failed across the board." "They're controlled by a computer system, right?" Bunker asked in a leading manner. The man nodded. "Corporate is going to be pissed. They just spent a bundle upgrading everything a few months ago. We finally had the latest and greatest, and now this. Shit, you know they're gonna blame us. We're responsible for everything that happens to this train." "I wouldn't worry about it, not anymore." "Why?" "Same thing happened to all the passenger cell phones and tablets." "What does that have to do with our engines failing?" the engineer asked, his partner remaining silent. "Well, it's pretty obvious all of this is connected." "How do you figure that?" "Just look at the facts. A commercial jet suddenly falls out of the sky and crashes right in front of us. And it happens at precisely the same moment your state-of-the-art locomotive fails. Then, let's factor in all of the passenger electronics failing, too. I seriously doubt any of this is just coincidence." "Okay, I'll give you that. What do you think it is?" Bunker took a deep breath and pinched his eyebrows. His mind churned through dozens of facts he'd read about. One answer came to mind. He craned his neck to look up. I think we're looking at an EMP. EMP, as in electromagnetic pulse. Yep, high altitude, I suspect. Aren't those caused by nukes? That's one way, but I don't think one went off. Why not? If I remember right, EMPs only work in direct line of sight, so we should have seen a mushroom cloud in order to be affected here. Since we didn't, and none of us have been incinerated by a nuclear blast, it must be something else. Some kind of new device. That's what I'm thinking, probably in space. Do you think it's our technology or someone else's? Could be either. But unless this was just an accident, then it's probably one of our enemies. The US has plenty of them who'd like nothing more than to take out all our electronics and send us back to the Stone Age. What about a solar flare? Maybe, but I think we'd see some indication of all that energy hitting our atmosphere. I'm guessing it would be one hell of a light show. Makes sense. If I'm right about this, then the electrical grid is probably down, too. So I wouldn't worry about your corporate office. I'm sure they have their hands full at the moment with more than just your train. The engineer nodded, but didn't respond this time. The conductor finally joined in. Did you notice the plane? It was all white with no markings. Even the windows were painted white. I haven't seen one of those since my younger days when I was stationed at the Tonopah Test Range. Isn't that in Nevada? The other man asked. Yeah, not far from Area 51, the conductor said with inflection in his voice, then hesitated. But I thought they only flew FLUFs. FLUFs? Bunker asked. Fat little ugly fuckers, otherwise known as a 737-200. Janet Airlines aircraft of choice. At least it used to be. What almost hit us was larger and a lot newer. 737NG, if I'm not mistaken. Bunker shrugged. It's a 737-800. Seems odd that they'd be flying here in Colorado, the conductor said, turning to face the engineer. That's what? 900 miles out of their way. Yep, due west. But don't forget, Cheyenne Mountain isn't far, the engineer answered in a matter-of-fact way, while Bunker stood silently and listened to their discussion. You mean NORAD? The other man asked. The very same. Maybe the crew of Janet was on their way for some meet and greet with the military when the EMP took them out. And us along with it. You know, it's possible they were delivering some new technology they just developed to NORAD. Could the plane have been targeted? The timing does seem a little too perfect. Someone may have wanted to stop that delivery. My God, then this wasn't some accident. Definitely not. I wonder if the EMP was supposed to make the plane crash into NORAD. Sort of like 9/11, except this time using super high tech instead of onboard hijackers. Bunker needed to change the discussion to something a little more constructive. These men obviously loved to speculate on conspiracy theories. Probably did so to help pass the time while they traveled across the country for hours on end. Hey guys, I hate to interrupt, but you have a train full of passengers to take care of right now. The conductor turned his head to Bunker. Right, sorry. Do you have an emergency plan in place for complete engine failure? Oh yeah, we have plans for every conceivable emergency. Can you get it? We should look it over. I would if I could, but it's not printed anymore. It's all on computer. When they did the new upgrades, the old paper manuals went away. The bean counters are always looking for ways to save costs. Seriously, that doesn't make any sense. Once they're printed, The cost is over with. Not with how often the government changes the safety rules and regs. We used to get an all-new set of manuals every 6 months, with revisions and inserts being released every week. Now it's all electronic. And since the computers are down, "You've got nothing," Bunker said, finishing the man's sentence. Chapter 3. Bunker retraced his steps, passing a number of passengers he recognized from his train car. They were outside and walking along the tracks to the front of the train where he'd just been. It was obvious their curiosity about the plane crash was pulling them forward. He could see it in their eyes as he zigzagged his way through them. He went inside the sightseeing car and found his original seat. "Well," the blonde mom asked, while cradling her son in her lap, "what did you find out?" "Somehow the plane missed us. It went down a steep cliff and broke apart at the bottom of a canyon by the river. It doesn't look good." "So I was right?" Jeffrey asked in an excited voice. "The pilot turned when he saw us." "Maybe, I'm not sure. There's a lot of wind out there, too. It could have caught the wings and made the plane turn. But it really doesn't matter, sport. It missed us, and that's all that matters right now." The woman cleared her throat, sounding a little choked up. "So, what about, survivors?" "Nope, not a chance," he said, keeping with her obvious desire not to reveal too much in front of her son. Bunker grabbed at his duffel in the overhead bin. He pulled it down and slung it over his right shoulder. "You're leaving us?" she asked him with a frightened look on her face. He nodded, though he wasn't sure why he felt compelled to respond. "Time to vacate." She hesitated for a second, then her eyes lit up. "Is there a fire?" "Yes, but it's not coming this way." "Then what is it?" He lowered his voice, not wanting the nearby passengers to hear him. "I don't think this is a simple power outage. There's more at play here. If I'm right, then staying with the train is a mistake. It won't be long before the rest of the passengers come to the same conclusion and start a panic." "What about the Amtrak people? I'm sure they have emergency plans for this sort of thing." "You'd think so, but no." "Then my son and I should leave too, right?" "Yep, I'd suggest grabbing your gear and bugging out." The woman's eyebrows pinched, and so did her nose. She hesitated for a full breath, then slid over on the seat with her son in her lap. When her feet hit the floor, she let her boy slide off her legs before she stood up and pointed. "Can you hand me the blue backpack and the one next to it?" "Sure," he said, snatching both of the bags and giving them to her. "Lead the way, kind sir," she said in a matter-of-fact way. "I'm sorry, what was that?" "We're coming with you." No, I don't think that's a good idea." "Why?" "Because I always travel alone." "Not today you don't." "But—" She interrupted him by holding her hand up like a stop sign. "This isn't open for discussion." Bunker thought about continuing the debate with her, but the determined look on her face told him it would be a waste of time. Time he didn't think he had. He sighed. "Fine, it's a free country. Do what you want. But the minute you slow me down, you're on your own." "Both of you, understood." "So much for chivalry," she said with a sweeping roll of her eyes. "Hey, miss, nobody's holding a gun to your head. You can go wherever you want, but if you decide to tag along, then you do so under my rules. I make the decisions, understood?" "Sure, fine, whatever. Oh, and by the way, my name is Stephanie King, not Miss, not Steph, it's Stephanie. And this is my son, Jeffrey," she said with a firmness to her words. She held out her hand in a friendly manner. He wrapped his palm around hers and gave it a firm but quick shake. "Bunker, nice to meet you. Now let's jet." "Is their first name? Or are you one of those guys who only goes by his last name?" some kind of uber-cool macho thing. It's Jack, but I prefer to be called Bunker. Okay then, Mr. Jack Bunker, she said, extending an open palm in the direction of the exit. Lead the way. Right then, Bunker knew she was going to be a handful. She may have agreed to follow his rules, but he figured her compliance would only last as long as it suited her. He was starting to understand why she and her old man didn't get along. Wait, what about me? Jeffrey asked, holding out his hand. Bunker took the tiny boy's palm in his and gave it a gentle shake. He didn't know what to say to the wide-eyed kid, so he kept his mouth shut. Now we're not strangers anymore, Jeffrey said, his face beaming a full smile. Where to first? Stephanie asked after wrapping her arms around Jeffrey and pulling him in close to her. Bunker leaned in and put his lips next to her ear for an even quieter whisper. Dining car. Need to stock up on some supplies before they're all gone. Once the rest of these people realize help isn't coming, it's going to be a free-for-all. Let's grab what we can and get the hell out of here. 10 minutes later, Stephanie kept Jeffrey in front of her as she followed the gruff man and his drab-green duffel bag out of the dining car and down the set of aluminum steps. Her backpack was now twice as heavy thanks to the 3 bottles of water Bunker had stuffed inside. She didn't like the fact he put the heaviest stuff in her pack, while filling his with mostly candy bars and other snacks. At least the man was gracious enough to pay for everything like a gentleman should. Not much had gone right since the recent divorce from her high school sweetheart, but she was thankful for her sneakers. If she'd worn heels today like normal, her feet never would have made it through the upcoming hike. She wasn't sure where the 3 of them were going, but it was obvious it was going to be a long walk. Which way? She asked, keeping a close eye on the muscular man with the tattooed fingers and bandages on his neck. South, to a small town we passed a half hour ago. I think the sign said Clearwater. Are we going back home, Mommy? Jeffrey asked. Stephanie kept her eyes on Bunker, never looking down at her son. Why downhill and not up? Shouldn't we be heading to Denver? My rules, my decisions, remember? Yeah, I remember. But it doesn't mean I'm not going to ask any questions. Maybe you forgot, but I've got a son to protect, and we don't exactly know you. Bunker didn't respond. He only stood there blinking rapidly with that deadpan look of his. Granted, he was a nice-looking man, but Bunker's stare made her stomach uneasy. She continued, Well, Mr. Bunker, you might as well get used to it right now. I'm gonna ask questions. And I'm gonna need answers. I don't think that's too much to ask, do you? His shoulders slumped and he shook his head. No, I guess not. Just try to keep it down to a minimum, okay? Otherwise, we're just wasting time. Agreed, so why south? Well, Miss Stephanie, for 3 reasons. First, we don't know how far we are from Denver. It could be a couple of days' walk or maybe longer. But we do know how long it's been since we passed the last town. In survival situations, accurate information is key to making good decisions. Decisions that just might save your life. The worst thing you can do is make risky assumptions when your life is on the line. Sounds like you've done this before. More or less. Plus the tracks ahead are out. We'd have to find another way around the canyon before we could even think about heading up to Denver. That means miles and miles of additional hiking. You said there were 3 reasons. The 3rd reason is in your pack. The water bottles. Yep. She put her hands on her hips and pushed out her jaw. Her hands tugged at the uncomfortable straps of her backpack, wanting to drive home her next point. Thank you for that, by the way. Such a gentleman. He smiled, showing a set of uneven teeth, one of which was gold. Look, somebody had to carry it and your pack was the lightest, so you got the honor. Lucky me. Hey, I try. Not hard enough, I'm sure. So what about the water bottles? Since we can only carry a limited amount of water, we need to take the path of least resistance. We'll burn far fewer calories and drink only a fraction of the water if we go downhill to Clearwater, instead of hiking around the canyon on uneven ground and then heading uphill to Denver. Okay, that makes sense, but there's a flaw in your logic. Oh really, what's that? My son and I weren't going to Clearwater. How's that a flaw? Well, first of all, we were on our way to Denver, not Clearwater. And second, there's someone in Denver waiting for us, Jeffrey's grandmother. He hasn't seen her since last Christmas. Neither have I, and right now, we need her support with the recent divorce and all. I can appreciate that, but I'm not headed to Denver. Not anymore. So this is all about you. Hey, you're the one who wanted to tag along, remember? Like I said before, nobody s holding a gun here. Well then, maybe we should go to Denver on our own. You can if you want to, but I'd advise against it. Why? She said with attitude. A heavily populated city is the last place you want to be when the shit hits the fan. Her hands reacted instantly, covering Jeffrey's ears. Hey, watch the language, young ears around. Right, sorry, Bunker said with a stammer. She let go of her grip on Jeffrey's ears. I take it you're expecting trouble. Yeah, you could say that. Big-time trouble. If I'm right about what's happening, everything is about to crumble. Trust me, I've seen the underbelly of society firsthand, and when it gets desperate, things turn ugly fast. Desperate because of the train stopping and the plane crash. Bingo. There's only one thing that I can think of that can take down planes and trains, plus fry cell phones and computers. You're talking about an EMP, aren't you? Bunker's eyes flared and his posture straightened a bit. You know what that is? Yeah, it's called reading. It's the thing you do to better yourself in your spare time. What? Did you think I was just another dumb blonde? No, no, not at all, he said, stuttering like an idiot. Just never met a chick who knew anything about science. She didn't appreciate the chick reference or the blanket statement about women not knowing anything about science. Well, I do. Some of us actually have a brain and we try to use it whenever we can. Can't say the same for men. Most of you wander around like rutting cavemen, letting little Willie do all the thinking for you. Like my ex, that SOB. Damn girl, such hostility. Sounds like someone really did a number on you. If ripping out my heart and throwing it down the garbage disposal is called doing a number on someone, then yeah, he did. Can we move on now? Don't we have somewhere to be? Like Clearwater. So we're in agreement, we head south. Yeah, your rules, your decisions. But you better be right, Mr. Caveman, because all our lives are depending on it. Lucky me, he said, using the same tone and inflections in his voice that she'd used earlier when uttering the same two words. Cute, she said with a leer, watching the man open his bag and take out a long-bladed knife. It was wrapped in a leather sheath that carried the initials JT near the top. Bunker attached the sheath to his belt line on the right side. What's that for? She asked, seeing the tip of the blade hanging down to the middle of his thigh. Hunting, among other things. What do you hunt with that? Elephants. If needed, yes, he said. Anything else? There was one other thing, the letters on the knife's sheath. They were JT and not JB, as she would have expected. She pointed at the knife. What about those initials? They're obviously not yours. Belong to a man long since forgotten, he answered, spinning and heading away from her. Did he give it to you? She asked. Bunker didn't answer and just kept walking away. Stephanie thought about asking if he'd stolen the knife, but decided against it. She needed to be careful what she said and how she said it, at least until she knew a lot more about this new traveling companion. For her sake and her son's. Right now Jeffrey was a mostly happy 10-year-old whose birthday was coming up soon. However, like most children his age, he was a sponge and listening to everything being said around him. Confrontation and overly negative conversations would only confuse him, emotionally and mentally. If she didn't want her only child to turn out like his a-hole of a father, she needed to take the high road and keep the conversations with Bunker cordial and clean. Otherwise, her impressionable little man might start to absorb all of this and grow up to be a rude, arrogant piece of naval lint, like her ex, a wealthy man who treated women like second-hand citizens. Stephanie brought her focus down to Jeffrey, standing next to her. He was tugging at her hand to follow Bunker down the tracks, so she let Jeffrey lead the way. Chapter 4. 40 minutes later, Bunker stopped walking next to a railroad control signal and turned to his left, looking down the slope of the raised embankment holding up the tracks. At the bottom was a worn trail running from left to right. It appeared to branch off, cutting a path into the nearby forest. Stephanie and the kid caught up to him and stood on his left. "Something wrong?" she asked. "Looks like an old logging road down there." "Is that a good thing or bad?" Logging trails typically lead to larger roads, and that means civilization is not far off. I figured we had to be getting close. "Wait, you want us to go down there?" "Absolutely," he said, resting his hand on top of the control signal post. "This is the best place I've seen to work our way down." Jeffrey stuck his arm out and pointed, aiming it at the base of the trees on the left. "Look, Mommy, a rabbit." She put her hands on his shoulders. "Yes, honey, a rabbit, but Mommy's a little busy right now. Mr. Bunker and I are talking, so I need you to please be quiet until we're done. Can you do that?" Jeffrey nodded, bringing his arm down next to his side. Stephanie looked at Bunker, flaring one of her eyebrows. "Did you bring a rope?" He hesitated, calculating the distance and trajectory. "No, but we shouldn't need one." "Are you serious?" "Yeah, shouldn't be too hard. We'll just daisy chain our way lower. Jeffrey first, then you, and then me." "I'm sorry, what?" "Did you ever play Barrel of Monkeys when you were a kid?" She nodded, once or twice. "So you understand then." "I'm pretty sure you're talking about locking arms and working our way down, but I still don't like the idea." "Trust me, it'll work as long as I'm the anchor. My strength and weight will be key until we get to the bottom." She looked down the slope and hesitated before shaking her head twice. Then she looked up at him. "I don't know, that's a long way down. I think we need at least one more person." He put a hand on her shoulder without thinking, planning to explain. She pulled away and shot him a piercing look of concern. "Sorry," he told her, realizing his touch was unwarranted. "Didn't mean anything by it." "Well, Mr. Bunker, personal space exists for a reason. I suggest you remember that." "Like I said, sorry, my mistake." "Okay then, you were saying." "I was saying that my daisy chain idea will work. I know it seems like a long way down, but it looks worse than it really is. As long as we use overlapping hand grips and keep our footing, everything should be fine." "What about our luggage?" "Simple," he said, taking the bag off his shoulder and tossing it end over end. The duffel landed with a thud at the bottom, nearly standing straight up before it finally toppled over a second later. His hands latched onto her backpack, hanging on straps over her shoulders. "Your turn." "Wait, let me do it," she said, sliding out of the straps until the bag was in her hands. He let go of the straps. I take it there's something breakable inside. No, not really. Just don't like strange men touching my things, that's all. Personal space, remember, she said with attitude before tossing the pack over the edge. Her aim was spot on, sending the backpack on top of his. He didn't know if she meant to do that or not, but it was a soft landing nonetheless. You better be right about this, she said, repositioning her son in front of her. She took her son's hand, overlapping her palm and fingers around his wrist and vice versa. Jeffrey, I need you to listen carefully to Mommy. Mr. Bunker and I are going to lower you down little by little, so don't be scared. Everything's going to be okay, honey. I promise. Just hang on tight and don't let go until your feet are at the bottom. Do you understand what Mommy's telling you? Jeffrey nodded, letting a mile-wide smile grow on his face. Cool. We're gonna play mountaineer, just like on the huge dirt pile across the street from Daytimers. Yes, sweetheart, mountaineer. Bunker wasn't sure what the term Daytimers meant, but figured it was either the kid's school name or possibly the name of his daycare. When Bunker brought his hands to the front of his waistline and undid the clasp on his belt, Stephanie shot him a concerned look, staring at his hands. Relax, it's not what you think, he told her in a steady voice, pulling the leather from his belt loops. His fingers brought the two ends of the belt together, then re-engaged the clasp. He wrapped the buckle in his palm, then tossed the looping end over the top of the control signal and pulled it tight. The look on Stephanie's face vanished. Oh, I see what you're gonna do. Like I said, I got it covered, Bunker said, but I need your sons too. She didn't hesitate. Jeffrey, take off your belt and give it to Mr. Bunker. The kid did as he was told, and Bunker quickly looped the two belts together. He extended his hand toward her, palm up. May I? She nodded and held out her hand in response. He used an overlapping grip on Stephanie's palm and wrist, then set his feet before she began to lower her son over the graveled edge. Jeffrey sent Bunker a playful smile as he slid down and out of view, with his feet turned sideways and spread out. At that same moment, Bunker felt the mother's grip double on his wrist. When Stephanie began her descent down the embankment, the tug on Bunker's arm instantly doubled. He inched his feet closer to the edge, needing to maintain his pace with her. She was already skittish enough with him and the current situation, so he had to keep his movements smooth and his feet secure. Any sudden jolt or momentary slippage might make her overreact and let go unintentionally, sending the two of them tumbling to the bottom. When Bunker's lead foot passed the threshold and worked its way lower, the rope he'd made out of their belts finally pulled tight. He'd looped it around his hand a few times before they started this process, planning to release more of the slack when the time came. He could see clear down to the forest from his position. Jeffrey was 3/4 of the way to the bottom and looking up. His face was covered with excitement and his eyes looked electrified. You all right down there, sport? Bunker shouted, continuing to lower both of them with the remaining slack in the makeshift rope. Almost there, the boy said, looking up. You guys are supposed to let me go now, so I can slide the rest of the way. Stephanie flashed a look at Bunker, asking for his approval with her eyes. He'll be okay. Kids don't break that easy. Besides, he's probably done this a bunch of times on that dirt pile. You sure? She asked. Well, he's your kid, so you need to make the final decision, but I think he'll be okay. Bunker could see a fleshy bulge race down her throat while she was looking up at him. She gave him a tentative nod, then brought her head down and gazed at her son. Okay, on the count of 3 I'm going to let go. You ready? Yeah, Mom, do it already. When her count reached 3, her hand released, sending her son sliding down on his backside through the mixture of gravel and dirt. Jeffrey held his hands high and let out a cheerful squeal as if he was flying down the waterslide at his favorite theme park. When the kid's feet hit the forest floor, his knees bent as they cradled the landing and kept him upright. He spun around and waved his arms at his mother. "I'm okay, Mom. Now it's your turn. Just let go and keep your hands up. It's really fun. Mommy's going to take the slow way down, sweetheart. And so is Mr. Bunker," she said in a nervous voice, looking up at Bunker as he continued to ease her down a few inches at a time. Once the rope's slack had been exhausted, he let go of the tether and tested his footing. Without Jeffrey on the line, the pull on Bunker's right arm had been cut drastically, giving his shoulder and arm muscles a much-needed break. The weight drop also told him he should be able to anchor Stephanie on his own as they worked the rest of the way down. With the exception of her full chest, Stephanie's physique was ultra-thin, and she probably only weighed double what her son did. That meant a third of the weight had just vanished when the boy freestyled it to the bottom. Bunker noticed Stephanie was looking up at him, so he brought his free hand up to show it to her. Sure, it was mean, but he couldn't resist, wanting to razz her a little. Her eyes flared and her face flushed red. "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" He smiled, knowing his ploy worked. "Just take it slow. I gotcha." She froze for a few seconds before nodding and turning her eyes lower. A few minutes later, Bunker's feet landed next to hers and Jeffrey's. "Like I said, piece of cake." "That wasn't funny," she snapped, pulling her wrist free from his grip. "Yeah." "It was," he said, not able to hold back a chuckle. "You scared the crap out of me." He nodded, still laughing. "The look on your face was priceless." "I could have been killed." "Not likely. It wasn't that far of a drop. Besides, I had it covered. You were never in any danger." "But still," she said, sneering at him before bending down to give her son a hug. "I'm just glad you're safe, sweetheart." "Mommy, can we climb back up and do it again? That was really awesome," Jeffrey said with eyes wide. Bunker laughed again, watching the reaction on her face. It looked like she was doing all she could not to snap at the kid. Obviously, she wasn't an outdoors type and probably not into mountaineering, as Jeffrey had called it. Bunker patted the boy on the back. "As much as I'm sure your mother would love to do that again, we really need to get moving." A pouty look sprang up on Jeffrey's face. "Please, Mr. Bunker, can we do it again? Just one more time, please." Bunker let out a long, slow breath before he answered. "How about I make you a deal? If we come back this way later, we'll stop and play mountaineer all you want. But right now, I need to get you and your mom back to town so you have a place to stay for the night." Chapter 5. Sheriff Augustus Apollo put on his wire-rimmed glasses and adjusted his sagging duty belt before walking into the bathroom connected to his office. He stood in front of the sink and checked his appearance in the mirror. The middle-aged reflection staring back was shrouded in a medieval glow, thanks to the flame from a stubby candle sitting on the marble countertop. "You ready for this, Gus?" he asked himself before running 2 fingers through his thinning hair. The strands fell into place from right to left, covering up his ever-expanding bald spot. Even though he never wanted this new job, he still needed to look his best before taking on his first official crisis as the chief lawman of Clearwater, Colorado. The muffled voices beyond his office door had grown in volume over the past several minutes. Tensions were mounting, and so was the fever of the crowd in the reception area outside. Gus couldn't put it off much longer. It was time to face what was sure to be a barrage of questions. Some of them would be aimed at the power outage, but others would be about him and his obvious lack of experience. His 10 years in the Sheriff's Reserve Unit wasn't much of a resume, especially since that stint took place in Clearwater, where nothing ever happened. Before Gus accepted this appointment, Mayor Buckley had assured him that heading a small-town sheriff's office would be a cakewalk. History had proven that violent crimes and serious emergencies were rare commodities, and had done so for as long as he could remember. Even if something unexpected did pop up, Mayor Buckley advised him to call the county sheriff's department or the state troopers for help. But that conversation was 3 weeks ago, long before what had happened today. Now the town was facing a sweeping power outage, and most of the electronics in town had been fried. Communications were down, and so was his ability to call in backup. The tuck of Gus' shirt was off a bit thanks to the heft around his middle. He adjusted it, straightening the wrinkles out and tightening the fit under the belt. The new diet wasn't working very well, but he wasn't quite ready to give up on it. Truth was, it was the diet's fault, or the fault of old Doc Marino for insisting on it after the mandatory physical Mayor Buckley forced him to take prior to being sworn in as town sheriff. The additional weight gain was due to the endless string of hot fudge sundaes and servings of hot cherry pie, a la mode that seemed to find their way into his belly each night after work. Well, that and the fact his new mountain bike and helmet were still virgins, and sitting in the corner of his office behind him. His late-night binging wasn't because he had a runaway sweet tooth or some kind of sugar craving. No, it was because of the new waitress in town. She was a real looker, and he simply couldn't help himself when his shift ended. Gus' feet seemed to have a mind of their own, taking him to Billy Jack's cafe and forcing him to go inside and sit at the front service counter. The draw to the middle stool was undeniable, and so was his attraction to the new, friendly waitress who worked that section each night. So far their interactions had been sparse and limited to typical server-patron style banter. He wanted to ask her out, but the platinum blonde in her late 40s, Allison Rainey, hadn't given him any indication she was interested. But he was still hopeful, nonetheless. Allison, like him, had a few miles on her, but her depth of spirit, beaming smile, and cheerful personality had already captured his heart. So had her perfect backside, catching his eye whenever she turned and walked away. He couldn't help but stare and wonder what her curves would feel like in his hands. He wasn't sure if the spark he felt would ever lead anywhere, but maybe something might happen down the road. His plan was to remain patient and keep smiling at her. Eventually, she might look past his obvious physical flaws and get to know the real him. A knock came at the door. "Chief, we really need you out here," said Daisy Clark, his deputy and former beauty queen of the Miss Sunflower Festival 10 years prior. "Chief." "Be right out, Daisy," Gus yelled after turning his neck to aim his voice out of the bathroom and at the office door. He brought his attention back to the mirror. His sausage fingers were busy tacking on the newly minted nameplate above the front pocket of his official uniform. Brown and tan weren't exactly his colors, but he really didn't have a say in the matter. The placard's reflection showed the letters in his last name backwards, much like his life felt at the moment. Everything he knew had been twisted around and intensified, just like the knot raging in his stomach. He knew the pain wasn't going to disappear until he went out there and did what he needed to do. He sucked in a full rush of air and let it out slowly through his lips. "It's now or never. You've got this, old man." Gus figured if he nodded with confidence while making strong eye contact and listening to the citizens' questions, he could fake it until his brain came up with some poignant words to offer his fellow Clearwater residents. It wasn't like he was completely inexperienced with small-town politics or the basics of law enforcement, but this whole protect and serve mantra was going to be something new and challenging, especially on a full-time basis. In effect, the mayor had drafted him into service, something Gus never saw coming. Maybe the term drafted wasn't the right word to use. Railroaded might be a better choice. He rolled his eyes, knowing that when a master chef, like Mayor Seth Buckley, seasoned the guilt ever so perfectly, an honorable person had little chance to resist or say no. His time on this earth had taught him a great many things about people and their tendencies. He knew what was coming. No matter how well he handled this new job, or even the next 10 minutes, many of the residents would always see him as the middle-aged town planner and not the new sheriff. Respect and trust were going to be hard-earned, and he accepted that as he turned and headed for the office door. Gus knew from all his readings that sometimes a turn of events is so profound that it actually changes a person's DNA, almost like a cascading chain reaction at the cellular level, transforming a man into something else. The question was, what would that something be? Usually the triggering event came in the form of some horrific personal tragedy, but maybe, just maybe, the crisis waiting for him outside would elevate him into a better man, a man filled with confidence and leadership skills. Not a loner who preferred a good book and a glass of wine, rather than the close proximity of the public and all their paranoia. When his hand landed on the doorknob and his fingers began to turn it, he realized his future, and that of the 400-plus residents in town, were now on a high-speed collision course. Chapter 6. Stephanie King kept pace with Bunker's steps as she watched her son run ahead to pick up a 3-foot-long tree branch. Jeffrey started using it as a walking stick, acting like he'd done this hiking thing a million times before. She brought her eyes to the tall man next to her, unable to keep from staring at the bandages on his neck. They stuck out like a ketchup stain on a white shirt, drawing her eyes every chance they got. "Can I ask you a personal question?" she asked Bunker as her feet took her forward on the dirt path. "Yeah, sure." "What's the deal with those bandages? At first I thought you cut yourself shaving, but that's not likely. Not on both sides of your neck unless you really suck at it. So I'm guessing it's some kind of skin condition. Or maybe you had recent surgery or something along those lines. Am I close?" "Sort of," Bunker said, never taking his eyes from the road ahead. His face was stiff and focused, but the sudden redness in his cheeks told her that the question resonated with him. Her voice stammered a bit. "Hey, I don't want to butt in and all that, but I'm kind of curious. I think it would help if we got to know each other a bit more. Don't you think?" "Normally, yes, but some things are a little too painful to share with just anybody. You know how people are. They talk, they gossip, they pass judgment. Then the rumors start taking on a life of their own, long before anybody ever gets a chance to know the person they're gossiping about." "I get it. People have been judging me all my life," she said, putting her hands under her ample breasts and pushing them up. "Especially when you're born with these. I can't help it that I'm prettier than most women. I mean, come on, really. Trashing someone just because they have a nice figure. God, I hate people who judge." She waited for a reaction from him, but none came. "But I know what you mean, Bunker. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to." "Well, that's not what I meant exactly. I don't mind you asking, but right now doesn't feel like the right time to me. We need to focus on getting back to town." "Understood loud and clear. We all have our secrets." "Yes, we do, and I appreciate you respecting my privacy. For now, let me just say that these bandages are connected to the man I used to be, a past I'm trying to forget." "Yeah, I hear ya. My past isn't something I want to remember either. Well, my recent past, that is. Everyone has baggage these days. Me more than most. My entire life seems like a string of bad decisions, except for Jeffrey, of course. I understand. Sometimes you get to a point when you just have to say no more and walk away. That's what I'm trying to do, start over. You know, a clean slate. I hope that makes sense." She smiled, feeling a connection starting to form with the ruggedly handsome man. "It does," she said, lowering her voice so Jeffrey wouldn't hear. "Sounds like you and I are not all that different. Nothing on this planet is ever easy, especially after a seriously nasty divorce from the town slut. And when I say slut, I mean a total man whore. But sometimes a girl just has to rise above all the drama and change everything, including her address. That's why Jeffrey and I were on our way to Denver to go live with my mother and her 4 brothers. My family has a big ranch up there. Jeffrey thinks we were just going for a visit, so please don't say anything." "I won't, but he's a smart boy. He would have figured it out soon enough." "Yeah, he would have. But I wanted to get a little distance from my ex first." "I can appreciate that. Like you, I got to that point where I decided to leave everything behind and get as far away from Clearwater as possible, but still not leave the state. You know, shared custody rules and all. I didn't realize that's why you needed to be in Denver. I'm sorry. I never should have made you turn around and head back to your past, but there's really not much of a choice at the moment. It's not a huge deal, really. It was my decision for us to tag along with you, remember?" He nodded. She continued, "I probably need to grow a pair anyway. Besides, it's not like everybody in town hates me. Just some of the people who consider themselves better than everyone else, like my ex and his family of mouth breathers. Yeah, I know the type, thinking they are above the law and the rules don't apply to them." "Exactly, but you know what? After everything that's been said and done through this whole mess, the thing that probably pisses them all off the most is that I didn't give back his name. I mean, it's not like King is a famous name or anything, but it's way better than my maiden name, Radywansky. Nobody could ever say it right, or God forbid, spell it. I can see why you stayed with King. That's a mouthful." A minute later, they rounded the corner and found Jeffrey waiting for them a short distance away. He was bobbing on his heels with an anxious look on his face. "Do you have to go potty?" she asked her son. "No, Mom, look," he said, pointing to his left. After a few more steps, Stephanie could see her son standing next to a long stretch of pavement, her chest filled with excitement. "Oh, the highway. It's about time." "Probably isn't far now," Bunker said, stopping and putting his duffel bag on the ground after they made it to the hardtop. "We should probably take a break and rest for a minute. Can you turn around so I can get the bottles from your pack?" Jeffrey grabbed her hand and tugged at it repeatedly. She looked down at him. "What?" Jeffrey whirled and aimed his arm down the 2-lane highway. "Look, Mom." She brought her eyes up while Bunker continued to dig inside her backpack. It took a second for her vision to focus a few hundred yards down the road. But when she did, her mouth dropped open. "What is that?" she asked, seeing something scattered across the roadway. Everywhere she looked, there were small black mounds. "They're birds, Mom. Dead birds, lots of them. I ran back here to tell you." Chapter 7. Now, folks, I need you all to please remain calm. I can't answer all of you at once, Sheriff Gus Apollo said to the 24 citizens crowding in and around the reception desk. Some of them he knew. Others were strangers who did not visit town very often. Regardless, his heart was pounding under the pressure of a platoon of eyes burning a hole into his face. Officer Daisy Clark was standing next to him, blowing her whistle in short, powerful bursts. She may have been short in stature, but she could fire that whistle like a champ. Gus put his hand on Daisy's arm, lightly persuading her to remove the whistle from her mouth. She dropped her arm, then looked at him. "That's not helping, Daisy." She nodded. "Sorry, Sheriff, I got a little caught up in the moment." "It's understandable. Just let me handle it from here. You need to send out a search party, Gus. One of the younger men wearing a military-style crew cut said. My twin daughters are out there. They should have been back by now, a red-headed woman said as tears streamed down her face. Something terrible must have happened. You need to do something, Sheriff. Gus nodded, making eye contact with several of the citizens. Yes, we will. But first we all need to take a minute and catch our breath. There's no reason to jump to conclusions here. They may have been running late and stopped somewhere to rest or use the bathroom. There's no reason to think the worst. We don't know anything at this point. Exactly. We don't know anything and neither do you, an unidentified male voice said from the back. Why are you just standing there? The older woman added, slapping her hand on the countertop. My grandson is probably scared to death right now. Look, everyone, this is the first I've heard of the missing kids. You gotta give me a minute here. What about the miners trapped in the shaft? A slender man with curly blonde hair said, We can't leave my men down there. The backup batteries won't last forever. Gus recognized him. It was William King, son of silver tycoon Henry King. Their family owned the Silver King mine and had done so for 3 generations. Rumor had it he and his wife, Stephanie, had just concluded their contentious divorce. We'll get to them, Bill, but we need to prioritize. Yeah, the sheriff's right. Our kids come first, Bill, the man with the flat top said. That's not how I see it, Stan, King said, shaking his finger at the square-jawed kid in his mid-20s. They have families, too. Ah, that's a bunch of bull. You just don't want to take the chance that your silver goes missing, Stan said with a bite to his words. You got it all wrong. This isn't about money, King fired back, his face flushing. Oh yes, it is. That's all your family cares about. Trust me, my wife told me all about your underhanded dealings after she quit your compliance division. Gus wasn't sure how to calm the escalating tensions in the room, including his own. Everyone was stressed and he couldn't blame them. He looked at Daisy and she back at him. Her eyes told him she was anxiously waiting for orders. We'll figure this out, Daisy. One step at a time. We need the mayor on this. Where is he? The grandmother in the front row said, wiping the tears from her cheeks. She looked around. So did Gus. But there was no sign of Mayor Buckley. Gus kept his cool, even though the 60-year-old's lack of faith in his ability was obvious and not helping his confidence. I'm sure he'll be here any minute. Now, can any of you tell me where they were headed? They went on a hike to spot birds for their nature class. Somewhere down by Clayton's Ravine, I think. Not far from the old gypsum mine on County Road C, one of the other parents in the back said. Who's driving? Gus asked. Does anyone know? Richard Wilhelm, the man with the short-cropped hair, said. Wait, isn't he the biology teacher? Yeah, that's the point. With all the recent budget cuts, he's pulling double duty. He's all by himself with our kids. What happened to Joe Castle? They let him go a couple of weeks ago. Wilhelm was the only one left with a commercial license, so the principal kind of volunteered him for the job. Yeah, and he's no spring chicken either, the red-headed woman added. He's older than me. Martha's right. I heard he's got some kind of heart condition. Another man yelled from the back of the room. Gus brought his head around but couldn't identify who made the last comment. My God, what if he keeled over or something? Our kids might be stranded and all alone somewhere, Martha added. I told the principal she never should have fired the only real bus driver we had, especially now that we're stuck with the year-round school sessions. But she never listens to what any of us have to say, Stan with the short-cropped haircut said to the red-headed woman. This is all her fault. That penny-pinching bitch. Easy now, everyone. What did I say about overreacting? Gus snapped, holding up his hands like a preacher. If you had kids out there, Sheriff, you'd be doing something by now, a different woman's voice said from the right. Bunker stopped running and stood next to Stephanie and her son on the highway. As far as he could see, the road ahead was covered with dead birds. It looked like the pavement had a bad case of chicken pox, though the pox was black instead of red. Crows? Stephanie asked. No, these are much bigger. Ravens, I think, he said, bending down on one knee to get a closer look at one of the carcasses. He reached out with his hand, planning to grab the bird by its feet and turn it over. Wait, don't touch it. Stephanie snapped. It's probably got some kind of horrible disease. Bunker realized she was right and pulled his hand back in a lurch. He took a few seconds to study more of the birds with his eyes. It looked like each of their necks had been mangled, just like the raven in front of him. I think their necks are broken. From the impact with the road, she asked. I don't think so, unless they were all dive-bombing the asphalt for some reason. Maybe their radar got all messed up, Jeffrey said. My science lab game taught me that birds have a compass inside of them. It lets them find their way back home when they go on really long trips. Yes, I think you're right. I do remember reading something about birds using the Earth's magnetic field for navigation, Bunker said, nodding slowly. When the EMP went off, it must have disrupted the magnetic lines in the area. That's a chilling thought, Stephanie said, looking around the area. What now? We find our way around the carcasses and keep going. Chapter 8. Sheriff Gus Apollo moved aside to let Mayor Buckley take center position in front of the crowd. Daisy moved a step back as the reception area quieted down to less than a whisper. Status report, the mayor asked in a raspy, authoritative voice. We've got some minors trapped, plus an overdue school bus. Any reports of damage, fires, looting? So far, all quiet. People are behaving. I think the worst is behind us in that respect. Let's hope you're right, the mayor said with a hint of cynicism in his voice. Is there a problem I should know about, sir? The mayor put a firm hand on Gus's shoulder, turning and leading him away from the eavesdropping crowd. Daisy joined them by taking position across from Gus, with her back to his office door. The volume of Buckley's voice dropped in half when he asked, Do we have any Geiger counters? Geiger counters? Are you serious? Gus fired back. Deadly serious. We both know there's only a handful of things that can knock out the power and the electronics across a wide area, and each of those things takes us down a very dark path. Literally. Gus glanced at Daisy and shot her a look of bewilderment, then brought his focus back to the mayor. If we have any, I haven't seen them. But then again, I haven't exactly had a chance to inventory our equipment and supplies since I took over this position. With that said, I can't imagine something like that would just be lying around here somewhere. It's not like they're needed very often, if ever. The mayor hesitated before he spoke again, looking like he was searching for just the right words. Well, you were the town planner at one point in time, and a successful architect before that. Am I right? Yes, sir, on both counts. But what's my job history got to do with Geiger counters? I'm guessing that somewhere along the way you've designed a bomb shelter or two. Assuming I'm correct, which I usually am, then maybe one of your clients might have what we need. Correct me if I'm wrong, but wouldn't the first thing you'd need to stock in a fallout shelter be a radiation detector? Before Gus could answer, one of the female residents shouted from behind them, Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. I'm pretty sure my neighbor has a bomb shelter. It was a while ago, but I remember all the equipment in his yard, digging up everything. That conspiracy nut is always working on something." Buckley appeared shocked that someone overheard their guarded conversation. He brought his head around, and so did Gus, both men looking to identify the woman who just interrupted their conversation. "Which neighbor was it, Mrs. Rainey?" the mayor asked. "Frank Tuttle. His place is opposite mine at the end of Old Mill Road." "That's across the old Henley Bridge, isn't it?" "Yeah, we're the only two homes out there," she answered. "Oh, and by the way, when are you planning to fix up the bridge? A bunch of the support beams are starting to rot. It's the only way in or out, so if it falls, we'll be stranded out there." "Yes, Ms. Rainey, I'm well aware. Let me assure you the town council is working on it, but I don't have a repair date for you as yet. We're facing a bit of a funding problem at the moment." Daisy cleared her throat. "Tuttle's a bit trigger-happy, Mayor, but I've managed to build a good rapport with him over the years. I should probably be the one to go out there and see if he'll let me rummage through his stuff. He's not going to like it, but I'm sure I can smooth it over." While the mayor and Daisy continued their conversation, Gus ran through the facts he just learned about some of the residents standing in his office. He needed to begin memorizing information about every resident, even those who rarely came into town. Otherwise, he'd never become an effective small-town sheriff. The old red-headed woman's name was Martha Rainey, the same last name as the new waitress in town. Her mother. If he was right, that's where Allison might be staying. Assuming he was correct, then the old woman's grandson was Allison's boy, a boy who was missing while on a school outing. A tingle washed over Gus when he realized that the boy would be his way into Allison's good graces, as long as her son came home in one piece. Then she'd have to notice him and possibly show some interest. He ran the idea through his head one more time and came up with the same answer. A slight grin found its way to his lips. Maybe this sheriff gig wasn't all bad. The mayor, Daisy, and Gus turned away from the crowd once again, huddling a little closer this time. Gus made sure to keep his voice low when he spoke. "Assuming Daisy is able to find a Geiger counter at Tuttle's place, then I'd suggest we take readings every hour over the next few days just to be sure radiation doesn't find its way here." "Excellent idea," the mayor said. "I'll head over there now," Daisy said, turning to walk away. Gus stopped her with an arm grab. "Take the mountain bike in my office. God knows I'm never gonna use it." "Are you sure, Chief?" she asked. "Positive, someone might as well get some use out of it." "On it, boss," she said, heading through the door and disappearing to the right. A few seconds later, she reappeared with an unstrapped helmet on her head, pushing his bike by the handlebars. She made her way through the buzzing crowd and out of the sheriff's office. Gus needed to cover one more topic with the mayor while he had the man's attention. Other than electricity, the next biggest problem is going to be transportation. Whatever just happened took out the vehicles, so it looks like we're on foot for the foreseeable future. "What we need are more bicycles," the mayor added while rubbing his chin with two fingers. "Ye old bike shop on E Street has loads of them, sir." "That's all well and good, but what we need are riders. Like my grandson, Rusty. He's a freak on that racing bike of his, and I doubt there's anyone faster. You should see his thighs now. They're like tree trunks." "Is he still planning on trying out for the Olympics?" "Yeah, but he's a long shot to make it. If nothing else, at least it gives him a goal to shoot for. And we all know how important that is for a young person. But he's very reliable and can gather radiation readings from multiple places in town. I'm sure he's gonna want to help." "Thank you, Mayor. We're going to need all the help we can get. We'll probably need him to ferry communications from place to place, too. Calm's right, the mayor said, nodding slowly. His eyes were thin and pinched, indicating he was deep in thought about something. He's got a few friends he trains with, too. I'll see if Rusty can get some of them to help around town. Gus snickered, not realizing he did it loud enough for anyone else to hear. Something funny, Sheriff. He wanted to keep his amusement to himself, but couldn't now. Not unless he wanted to offend his boss. Gus cleared his throat and stammered a bit before his mind found the words he wanted to say. It's funny how the tables can turn almost instantly. A few days ago, no one would have seen this coming, after all the complaints about the bicyclers clogging up the streets in town. Kinda poetic, don't you think? Now they may end up being our lifeline for communications. The mayor squinted a bit. Yes, it is. But history has proven time and again that desperation can yield a change in mindset. That's how a society evolves. Why should this situation be any different? Roger that, sir. Everyone's gonna need to change their entire way of thinking now, at least until this crisis is over. Whatever this turns out to be, Gus said, keeping the rest of his thoughts about the power outage to himself. Agreed, the mayor answered. Gus was almost positive an EMP caused the grid and electronics failures, but wasn't sure if it was the right time or place to bring it up, even after the mayor had hinted at the very same cause a few minutes ago. He decided to move on to another topic. What about the riding stables? Gus asked in a leading manner. Bicycles are great for young people who are in shape, but what about for the rest of us? Altitude and steep hills are not something we old dogs can handle anymore. The mayor nodded, obviously understanding what he was hinting at. Excellent idea. We go old school. Franklin's not going to like it, but we'll need to commandeer some of his horses. I doubt his tourist season is gonna continue now, with what's happening outside. Exactly what I was thinking, sir. The mayor nodded once, then slapped Gus on the back in a friendly manner. I knew you'd find your sea legs and grow into this job, Gus. Only a matter of time. All you needed was a little incentive to grab the bull by the horns and run with it. Gus couldn't hold back a smile when his heart filled with a swell of pride. The mayor was right. The badge was starting to feel like it may have found a home on his chest. For now, anyway. He was on a good roll, but he knew it was going to take more than a couple of clever ideas to solidify him as a respected sheriff. But it was a good start. Emboldened by his momentum, Gus decided to throw out another idea. We should probably think about activating the reserve unit, assuming we can track the team down. I'm not sure if they're back yet from their annual fishing trip to Canada. I think they were supposed to arrive today. Excellent idea. However, if you can't find them, I authorize you to start deputizing the men you need. The time to act is now. Absolutely. As soon as I can, I'll send search and rescue teams out for the missing school bus and to help King with the miners. Just make sure you're very clear with the new men that this is a temporary assignment, nothing more. The town budget can't afford to carry any more full-time salaries. I'll get right on it, sir. Is there anything else? The mayor nodded. Where are we on the backup generators? The one for this building is toast. I tried to get it started earlier, but I think the electric start is out. Something tells me the rest of its electronics are fried as well, just like what we're seeing all across town with nearly everything. Nearly. The town hall's Jenny is still working, albeit barely. Someone forgot to change the fuel and it degraded. I had the mechanic, Bert Lowenstein, take a quick look at it for us. He said he replaced the fuel and was able to get it started. It's not running great and needs a complete overhaul, but Bert won't do it unless he gets paid for his time. Oh, and he wants overtime. That sounds about right, Buckley said in a sarcastic voice. Am I correct to assume it doesn't have any electronics in it? I really don't know, sir. But it may not have mattered. With all the copper thefts a few years back, the town had secured it inside a metal cage to protect it. That cage might have shielded it from whatever took out the rest of our electronics. Just dumb luck, but we'll take it. Couldn't agree more, sir. Dumb luck is better than no luck at all. That much is true. Something tells me this is going to get a lot worse before it gets better. Chapter 9. Bunker felt a soft tug on his left elbow, and like the other 4 yanks on his shirt in the past few minutes, it meant the inquisitive kid had yet another question. Mr. Bunker, does your grandmother live in Denver too? Is that why you were on the train like us? Stephanie snapped at her son. I think that's enough questions for a while, Jeffrey. Let the man be. Bunker flashed a quick hand signal at her, wanting to stop her from dressing down her son anymore. Nah, it's all good. I know he's just curious. I would be too, given the circumstances. Her frown evaporated and was replaced with a casual smile. You should see him at home. He never stops. After a while, I find myself just tuning him out. I know that sounds horrible, but it's better than yelling at him to be quiet all the time. I understand. I'm the last person to judge anyone on anything, especially on how to raise kids, he said, pausing for a few moments. People have been judging me my whole life, so I refuse to go there. We all know kids are going to be kids and ask a ton of questions. That's how they learn. I figure it's best to just roll with it and not get impatient or short with them. I don't care for most people on this rock, but for whatever reason, I always seem to get along great with kids. And cats too, as crazy as that sounds. She took in a sudden breath and held it, looking as though he just shocked her for some reason. A few heartbeats later, she let it go and gave him a head nod. Bunker sent a thin grin at Stephanie, then turned his attention to Jeffrey, who was still hovering at his side and looking up with his clear blue eyes. He felt like a giant next to the boy. I wasn't going anywhere in particular. I just bought a monthly ticket and thought I would take a journey to see where I ended up. You mean like a walkabout? You know, from the movie Crocodile Dundee. Bunker laughed. Sure, a walkabout, but on a train. But why? I don't understand. That's a good question, champ. Like most everything else in life, it's complicated. When you're older, you'll know what that phrase means. For now, let me say this. Sometimes a man just needs to make changes, and the best way to do that is to go somewhere he's never been before. For me, that was a one-way ticket heading north. That's when I met you and your mom, he said, winking at the kid. Jeffrey opened his mouth and looked like he was about to respond, but didn't. Instead, his feet stopped and his face froze. Bunker stopped walking as well, wondering what was wrong. Stephanie must have realized that something was afoot because she swung her head around and discontinued her trek alongside her son. "What's wrong, sweetheart?" she asked. Jeffrey turned his head a few degrees to the left. "Listen, do you hear that?" Bunker turned his ear and held his breath for a few seconds, but he didn't hear anything. He wasn't surprised since his hearing wasn't the best. Putting in all those road miles on his last job had taken a percentage of his hearing away. Mostly on his left side, 15%, according to the physician's assistant at the walk-in clinic in South LA. Jeffrey's face lit up with intensity. "I hear crying. From a kid, I think." Bunker flashed a look at Stephanie, hoping to glean a response from her, but she only shrugged. Jeffrey spoke again. "I think it's a girl, but I'm not totally sure, but she sounds really scared. She keeps saying help me over and over again." Bunker's heart tightened when he heard those words. He knelt down on one knee. "Which way? Show me." Jeffrey pointed at a thick bank of oak trees. They were covered with a crop of starter growth around the bases of their trunks. "Over there. We need to help her." Bunker stood up. "We will, but you need to stay here with your mom until I see what's going on." Stephanie swooped in and wrapped her arms around her son. Jeffrey's eyes grew large. "Why do we have to stay here, Mom? Why can't we go help?" "Because it might be a trap, honey. We need to let Mr. Bunker check it out for us, just to be safe." Bunker gave her a tight look with his eyes, then took off running in the direction Jeffrey had indicated. When he made it to the edge of the pavement, a loose crush of dirt found the soles of his shoes. But that wasn't all. The cries for help had finally landed on his ears. However, there wasn't just one desperate plea coming from the forest. There were several, all of them kids by the sound of it. An 8-foot-wide section of the foliage to the left of the trees looked like it had been plowed through by something heavy. Some of the stalks were broken near their midpoint and leaning forward, plus he could make out 2 equally spaced depressions running with the destruction path. The grooves in the dirt contained a familiar pattern: tire tracks. There weren't any skid marks on the pavement, so it didn't appear the driver had a chance to apply the brakes. If Bunker was right, it meant the vehicle veered off the road and probably did so at high speed. Given the depth and width of the tracks, he figured it was a heavy truck or possibly a cargo van, something large enough to lay down a wide trail in the dirt. Bunker continued his sprint until he entered thick underbrush. His feet slowed when he was forced to use his hands to separate and deflect the taller stalks of bushes, so they wouldn't keep smashing into his chest and face. The volume and quantity of the cries increased proportionately with each step. He couldn't tell how many kids were calling out for help, but there were many. When the thick undergrowth finally gave way to a clearing, he stopped running and found himself standing in front of an oddly shaped boulder. At that instant, he understood why there were so many kids crying for help. 40 feet ahead was a full-sized, modern school bus laying on its left side. The front half of the transport was hanging over the edge of a drop-off that marked the entrance to a valley ahead. The bus back end was in the air, leaving only its midpoint in contact with the ground, like a cantilever on a fulcrum. The bus looked like a yellow teeter-totter with the number 37 stenciled on the back. His mind studied the scene and digested the facts in an instant. The path of the tire tracks told him the bus was traveling into the forest on its wheels until it reached this clearing, where it ran into one of the granite boulders in the area. The vehicle's right front tire tore up the leading edge of the sloping, angled rock, creating the necessary angular momentum to send the bus off balance and careening onto its left side. Its forward inertia continued, plowing through the dirt and scrub brush like a derailed locomotive, until it stopped just short of the abyss. As dire as the situation was for the teetering bus, the kids were lucky. Had the heavy transport hit one of the other taller, more prominent rocks, it would have stopped instantly, causing a powerful front-end accident. From his position, he couldn't determine the depth of the crevasse beyond the bus, but given that he couldn't see the tops of any trees ahead, it must have been a steep cliff. However, it didn't change the fact that these kids were in trouble. Serious trouble. Mister, please help us, please." A young boy's muffled voice said as a chorus of thumps rang out the back of the school bus. Bunker brought his focus to the rear door and made eye contact with a round face wearing thick spectacles. The kid was staring back at him through the glass. 3 more faces appeared alongside the boy, all of them crying for help while beating on the door frame and its glass. "Hang on, I'm coming," Bunker yelled, running forward. "Help us. Please, you have to help us. Please, mister. Please." said one of the girls with a tearful, petrified face. Bunker approached the back of the bus and jumped to grab the elevated door latch. His hand found its mark, allowing him to use his weight and strength to pull the rear of the vehicle down without much trouble. Once the sideways transport was level and on the ground, he kept his weight pressing on the door handle to keep the bus from tipping back up. He tried to turn the handle and open the door to free the kids, but it wouldn't spin. He wasn't sure if it was locked or if the door had suffered damage during the accident. Bunker was about to start yanking on the door to force it open, but his brain stopped him. A sudden and terrible thought flashed in his mind about the vehicle's precarious position and its weight distribution. If he freed any of the children, it would cause a decrease in weight at the rear and might send the front of the bus over the edge. "Come on, hurry up," the round-faced boy said, resuming his pounding on the inside of the door. Bunker shook his head, making close eye contact with the kids pleading with him. "Hang on, let me think about this." "Please help us," the pigtailed girl next to the boy cried. "You can't leave us in here." "I won't, but I need all of you to hold very still." "Get us out, please," the girl screamed as more and more kids squeezed in next to her. Bunker was about to tell her to remain calm, but stopped when he heard the smash of glass breaking above him. He looked up just in time to see a backpack tumble into his vision and land at his feet. A pair of hands appeared along the top edge of the bus before a head came into view. It belonged to a long-haired boy with dark, deep-set eyes and a pointed nose. He spun his legs around and was about to shimmy down. "Wait, don't!" Bunker yelled. "Why?" the boy asked from above, craning his neck to look down. Bunker didn't want to scare the kids by relaying too much information about their dangerous predicament, but he didn't have time to mince words. "I need you to go back inside the bus and stay with the others so it doesn't." "No way I'm going back in there," the tall, lanky kid interrupted, jumping to the ground on his feet. "Later, dude," he said after a confident flip of his hair, grabbing his backpack and running off through the forest. Now that some of the counterweight had been removed, he couldn't let go of the door handle. Otherwise, the rear end of the bus surely would rise up again, this time sending the vehicle tumbling to the bottom of the ravine. It was precisely balanced before his arrival, but now that the boy had taken off, Bunker was the only thing keeping the vehicle from falling over the cliff. "What about us?" the little girl asked. "Can't we get out too?" "No, all of you need to stay where you are. I'll get you out, but none of you can move until I say so. Do you understand? Nobody moves from the back of the bus until I tell you it's okay." Bunker waited for an answer, but none came. All he heard were the sobs of the children as they froze in place with their faces glued to the inside of the glass. "Oh my God," Stephanie said from behind Bunker. "The children. Don't let go, Bunker." "I'm trying not to, but I need some help here." "What can I do?" she said, coming to a stop next to him. "Well, for starters, you can climb up. We need to add more weight in the back to keep this thing stable, but whatever you do, stay to the rear. Maybe we can get a few of the kids out in exchange for your weight." "Are you serious? You want me to get on top?" "Yes, but stay to the rear." She shook her head vehemently. "I don't think I can do that. I'm terrified of heights, and death too." "You have to. These kids' lives depend on it." Stephanie's head wasn't shaking anymore, but the look of fright on her face was still in full bloom. "How many kids are there?" Bunker moved his head from side to side, peering inside the glass to get a count. The throng of kids was thick, and he couldn't see past the first few layers of pre-adolescence. "I count at least 20, but there's probably a lot more that I can't see from here, especially if the bus was full." Bunker adjusted his grip on the door latch to relieve some of the finger pressure on his right hand. He stuck out his backside and bent forward. "Here, Steph, get on my back and climb up. Maybe your weight and mine is enough to get the kids out. Most of them anyway." She shook her head again. "Not if there are like 60 kids in there with backpacks and stuff. That's too much weight for the two of us to counterbalance when they get off. Look at me. Do I look fat to you?" Jeffrey was next to his mother when he spoke up. "What about rocks, Mom? We could pile a bunch of them in the back. Wouldn't that work?" Bunker liked that idea. The kid was sharp. Sharper than he was, obviously. "Good idea, sport. You and your mother start bringing me rocks." Jeffrey pointed to the left. "Mom, there's a bunch over there. I saw them on the way in." Stephanie grabbed her son by the hand, and the two of them took off in the direction Jeffrey had pointed. The kids in the bus were still crying, but at least they were staying together like Bunker told them to do. He assumed hysteria hadn't started because he was close by and the kids could see him on the other side of the glass. "The glass," he mumbled, feeling a new idea burrow into his mind, an idea he should have thought of before now. Break the glass to get them out. His brain was obviously not functioning at full speed under all the stress. He figured once they had enough rocks on the bus, he could let go and then use one of the stones to shatter the glass and free the kids. Most of them should be able to fit through the broken window without issue. He didn't need to force open the door like he first thought. However, should his plan with the rocks fail, he'd need to calm his heart and keep his focus sharp. He'd only have seconds to save as many of the children as he could. That meant he'd probably have to choose who lived and who died, and do so in an instant. Save the girls first, he told himself quietly to prepare for what might come next. He turned his eyes away from the kids, not wanting to remember their faces in case he couldn't save them all. It was a heartless thing to do, but he couldn't let his emotions enter the equation. Not now. Not until this was over. Emotion might make him hesitate, and that would cost lives. He needed to keep his heart cold until the rescue mission was complete. Stephanie appeared from the forest first, carrying a rock about the size of a small toaster. "Is this one big enough?" "Yeah, but we're going to need a lot more of those. You need to try to bring 2 at a time or this is gonna take forever." "Is this one okay?" Jeffrey asked after he appeared from the woods. The stone in his tiny hands wasn't much bigger than the size of his own shoe. "Just keep them coming as fast as you can," Bunker said, stopping himself from rolling his eyes. He didn't want to curb the boy's enthusiasm. In reality, he knew the size of the rocks didn't matter. It was the quantity. Every bit of weight would help as long as the children didn't move or panic. When Stephanie arrived, she was out of breath, and that surprised him. He thought she was in better shape based on her skinny frame and curvy figure. That meant her thin profile was not from endless hours of cardio, probably a rigorous diet, or she was just blessed with good family genes. "Here you go," she said, trying to hand it to him. "Just put it on the ground and keep getting more. Once we have enough, you and I will change places so I can carry them up on top of the bus." She stared at him with eyes wide and her mouth agape. "It'll be okay, Steph. I need you to trust me on this." She nodded, though she didn't seem convinced. "Now keep the rocks coming," he told her. Chapter 10. Deputy Daisy Clark leaned to the right on the sheriff's mountain bike as she centered her path across the wooden planks of the old Henley Bridge. The back tire fishtailed a bit when she glanced down at the Arkansas River, sending a charge of adrenaline into her muscles. Once across the expanse, she made a hard right to turn east, passing a hand-carved wooden signpost that read Old Mill Road. Her destination was Frank Tuttle's place at the far end of the dirt road in front of her. His home sat on the north side of the street, across the road from the Rainey homestead, which Daisy would first pass on the right. She glanced behind her to check for approaching cars. The road was empty, allowing her to safely cross to the left and continue her mad pedaling, pumping her thighs with force. Before she could take another breath, it hit her. There wouldn't be any cars or trucks, not modern ones anyway. Not with the widespread electronic failures after the grid went down. She scoffed at her own stupidity, realizing it was going to be difficult to break free of habits associated with normal life. A life inundated with modern conveniences, all powered by integrated electronics and abundant electricity. It meant her regular Saturday night Netflix movie marathons were going to be a thing of the past, at least until this event was over, whatever this event turned out to be. She had her suspicions as to the cause and figured the sheriff and mayor did too, based on their generalized statements. Only a herd of mindless sheep, whose collective heads were buried in denial, would think everything was okay or going to be okay. But in the end, it wasn't up to her to speculate or raise concerns, nor could she take the chance of speaking out of turn and causing a town-wide panic over what might turn out to be nothing. God knows she wanted it to be nothing, but her gut was telling her that this was more than nothing. The thickening tensions in town seemed to support her uneasiness. Everywhere she looked, she could see it on the townspeople's faces. A blanket of fear had quickly taken over, creeping from person to person like some kind of airborne pathogen hell-bent on destroying the masses. She couldn't believe how quickly the mood in town had changed, all of it happening in a matter of hours. Think positive. Everything's going to be okay. Just do your job, she thought to herself as dirt, and pebbles continued to fly up from the back tire and land on her back. The trail of dust behind her was growing with each push of her thigh muscles, hanging in the air like wayward smoke from a raging forest fire. It hadn't rained in almost 2 weeks, stressing the health of the forest and making the road dustier and harder than it would normally be this time of the year. The ruts, dips, and bumps were many, jarring her body with every jolt in terrain. Her biggest concern was the sharp rocks that seemed to be growing up through the dirt like an infestation of weeds. If one of them hit her front tire straight on, it might pop the tube and send her flying. She needed to be extra careful since her standard issue two-way radio was useless. There weren't many people around to help on this road to nowhere. Mrs. Rainey owned one of the 2 homesteads on this side of the river, but the woman was back in town and probably still pestering the sheriff about her overdue grandkid. That left only Frank Tuttle, and he was most certainly home. He always was, never seeming to leave his property. For anything. At least not since his wife passed. Daisy stopped pedaling to catch her breath, while the bike coasted the remaining 20 feet or so to Tuttle's front gate. When she arrived, she used the foot brake to send the back wheel into a full skid, then put her other foot down to keep from falling over when the bike's momentum came to an abrupt stop. The dust cloud she'd made floated on past, almost as if it had just staged a mutiny, and decided to set out on its own mission in the high country of Colorado. She kept her butt on the seat and waited for Frank Tuttle, who was somewhere beyond the gate with a pair of binoculars, studying her from afar. He was a bit jumpy, and the last thing she wanted to do was alarm the gray-haired man. Doing so would be a surefire recipe for getting shot. "Wait for a sign," she mumbled, holding up her hands to show him she'd come in peace. His rectangular, 1,000-square-foot home was set back about 200 feet and running parallel with the road. The single-wide mobile home had been permanently mounted to the mountain terrain through the use of a brick foundation a few decades before. Yet it still looked out of place for the area, especially since it was sitting across the street from a modern site-built home, Martha Rainey's place, an all-brick, 2-story ranch-style home with a green and white color scheme that gave it a true country feel. So did her upscale wooden shutters, impressive redwood deck and covered patio across the entire front, and the three towering chimneys rising up from the roofline. Tuttle's shack was just the opposite, a rundown aluminum fire trap, featuring cheap horizontal blinds across the windows and only space heaters to keep its sole occupant warm in the winter. Frank Tuttle was cheap. She knew it, and the rest of the people in town knew it, yet he'd spent some serious money on the four-story pole barn in the back. It was easily the biggest structure on the property and built to span the ages. It rose up like a redneck skyscraper on the left of the house, just beyond the end of the dirt driveway that stretched out before her. The barn's tall double doors were looking straight at her, begging her to come inside for an inspection. A pump house and ground-mounted solar panel array, both of which were inside their own giant wire cages, stood to the right of the main residence. She knew from her years of visiting as a teen that countless acres of grazing pasture and miles of cattle fencing were beyond the water and power facilities. The four mini blinds across the front of the home were shut, and there were no vehicles in the driveway. Even though no signs of life were present, she knew Tuttle was there, watching her. The 7 piles of river rock in the driveway were new since the last time she'd paid him a visit. It was a couple of years ago when she'd stopped by to check on Tuttle after the poorly attended funeral for his late wife, Helen. The 10-foot-tall rock mounds seemed to be spaced randomly, like an obstacle course. She figured Tuttle had left them untouched after the dump truck driver backed up and dropped them wherever he pleased. All but one of the piles had a smattering of loose stones around their bases. But the fallen rocks weren't the only items needing Tuttle's attention. She counted at least a dozen unruly bushes whose branches were sticking up and out in random directions. There were also clumps of weeds growing everywhere. Some of them were green, while others had turned a light brown. The 2-week drought had obviously started to take a toll on his front yard, if you could call it that. To her right were 3 old Ford pickups. The paint across their rounded hoods had peeled away long ago, and the rusting side panels looked like they were barely holding together. She wasn't sure what year they were made, but it was long before she was born. Daisy didn't understand the need for the hillbilly yard art, but Tuttle was obviously fond of it. Just past the trucks were dozens of rusting gas station and roadway signs sticking up at odd angles, plus a couple of ancient safes sitting in the weeds with their doors open. The oddest item in his yard was the red Honda lawnmower. It looked relatively new and didn't seem to match the rest of the man's antique clutter. She knew from her younger days that Tuttle cut the massive pastures out back with his tractor, so why have a Honda mower? There wasn't any grass to cut out front, so why purchase something he didn't need? The man hated to crack open his dust-filled wallet, so if he spent money on purchasing the unit, he must have had a good reason. That was assuming the man hadn't gone completely nuts, which was a distinct possibility. It was time to make contact, she decided, taking in a deep breath to charge her vocal cords. "Frank, it's me, Daisy Clark. Can you come out and talk to me? It's urgent." An instant later, she heard a response. "Since when, Daisy, did you join the sheriff's department?" A man's voice called out. She recognized the ragged nature of the voice, though she couldn't determine its location. "Yeah, Frank, about 6 months ago. I'm a deputy now." "I see that. Kinda hard to miss the badge and the gun. Why you here?" "The sheriff sent me to arrest me." "No, Frank, nothing like that." "I swear." "Then you must be here to take my land and my guns." Daisy shook her head, keeping her hands up high. She still couldn't track down his position. He was in front of her somewhere, but his voice didn't seem to be attached to a body. Why would you think that? Because that's what the law does. Takes stuff from the people. Hard-working people like me. Then they give it to those who never earned it. Look, I haven't done anything wrong and I pay my taxes, so you got no right to be here. I just want to be left alone. I know all that, Frank. Nobody doubts you're a law-abiding citizen. That's not why I'm here. The sheriff and I need your help with something. I don't know if you know, but there's a serious emergency in town. Yeah, what kind of emergency? There's a problem with the power. No, you can't have my generator or my solar panels. They're mine, I tell you, mine. So are my Faraday cages. I told every last one of you this would happen, but knew nobody listens to an old man like me. You should have gotten off the grid and protected yourself like I did. Them damn power lines. They killed my Helen with that woman cancer, ate her down to the bone. It got so bad I could almost pick her up from the sheet with one hand. But they ain't gonna kill me. No way. No how. Not with my Faraday cages. They are the key, Daisy. The key to everything. You all should have been building like I said. Daisy took a deep breath, trying to remain calm as Tuttle continued. So you turn that pretty little ass of yours around right now and go back the way you came. You can't have any of my stuff. I'm not kidding, Daisy. Do it now before I empty both barrels at you. Just because you were friends with my daughter doesn't mean I won't shoot you. Frank, you're not listening to me. I've read the Constitution, and I know I'm well within my rights to defend myself and my property from all threats, foreign and domestic. And that includes that new sheriff of yours. Make sure you tell him I said to stay the hell away from this property. None of you got any right to be here, not without one of them warrants, and an army to back it up. Daisy heard the distinctive ratcheting sound of two shotgun triggers being pulled back, one after the other. Easy now, Frank. Let's not do anything rash. I'm gonna count to 3. Wait, let me prove it to you, she said, bringing her left hand down slowly and unhooking the clasp on her duty belt. She took off the belt and held it out to the side with its holster and her Glock semi-auto handgun nestled inside. She knew disarming herself while facing an armed threat went against all her training, but she was friends with this man. At least, she used to be. Tuttle wasn't going to shoot unless he had a good reason to pull the trigger. Look, I've taken off my gun, she said, leaning over to the left. And now I'm putting it on the ground. He didn't respond. She sat upright and took off her badge and tossed it next to the holster in the dirt. See, no more badge either. Right now, I'm not a deputy. I'm just a defenseless girl who needs the help of a patriotic friend. A friend who's known her a long time. What about the other one? He said in a sharper tone than before. Cops always have one of them backup pieces. Let me see it. You will, it's on my ankle. But first I need to get off this bike. Can I do that? Yep, but no sudden moves. Don't make me blast a hole in ya. Daisy slid off the bicycle, then bent down and pulled up her right pant leg. She hesitated for a few seconds to give Tuttle a chance to see the holstered Ruger LCP.380. All right, now remove it, Tuttle said. She latched onto the gun's stock and pulled it free with only the tips of 2 fingers. She held it out to the side as if it were a dead fish before putting it on top of one of the wraps of her duty belt. Someone else might have simply tossed it to the ground instead, but she didn't want her backup gun sitting in the dirt. She just cleaned and oiled it after her last trip to the range and didn't want the internal mechanisms to be compromised. Now, back up 10 feet, he said. Leave the holster and guns where they are. She did as he instructed, walking backwards with the bicycle's handlebars in her hands. Okay, I've done as you've asked. Now will you come out and talk with me? It's super urgent. One of the piles of rock in the middle of Tuttle's driveway began to move, but not like Daisy expected. Stones weren't falling to the ground from gravity. No, this was something else. A hatch opening along the front, a hatch covered in stationary rock. It rose up like the rear door to a minivan. Someone stepped out with a shotgun pointed at Daisy. She assumed it was Tuttle, but she couldn't be sure. The person was dressed in full camouflage, including pants, shirt, boots, gloves, and a balaclava covering their head and face. "Frank, is that you?" The person holding the gun lowered their weapon for a moment to rip off the mask off with one tug from the bottom. It was Frank Tuttle, all right. His hair was much longer and a few shades grayer than the last time she'd seen him. His face seemed 10 years older, too. Paranoia and stress must have been getting to him. "You got 2 minutes, so make it quick," he said, sounding like he was chewing on something. He opened the front gate and walked through, never taking the gun sights off her as he approached. Daisy ignored the gun and kept her eyes locked on his. "Mrs. Rainey told the sheriff a little while ago that you have a bomb shelter on your property." Tuttle shook his head and snorted an angry breath. "That nosy bitch. She really needs to mind her own business. You know, one of these days, some of them flea bags of hers might just turn up dead. You know, from mysterious causes." "Let's keep it civil, Frank. She's just trying to help everyone." "How is that exactly?" "We're hoping you might have a Geiger counter we could borrow." "I knew it. Someone nuked us," he snarled after spitting out a patch of chewing tobacco. "Must be them damn Russians." He held the shotgun in one hand while pulling out a white handkerchief from his front pocket with the other. He covered his nose and mouth with the cloth, giving her a clear view of its surplus of yellow stains. "Or is it that cocksucker Castro? He's plumb crazy enough to do it. They all are. Even that raghead, old what's-his-name, the one who took all them hostages in the embassy." "That was way back in the 80s, Frank. I'm pretty sure he's not in power anymore." "You sure about that?" "Positive. Reagan got them released, remember? Way back in the 1980s. "Well, someone else then. The name don't matter. They all the same, always wanting to kill us. I'll bet you didn't know that the first thing they do when they capture you is take your children and wrap them up with them turbans around their heads. Then they brainwash your kids and burn your Bibles before cutting off the heads of the parents. Heathens, I say. Every last one of them." She didn't know how to respond, so she didn't. He continued with eyes wide. "How close did they drop the nuke? Denver, Kansas City, L.A. Is the radiation cloud on its way here? How long do we have?" "Let's not go there, Frank. We don't know if it was a bomb or not. The sheriff just wants to check the radiation levels. It's his job to keep everyone safe, including you." "Well, I don't need anyone's help. Thank you very much." A vision of 4 men in white coats appeared in her mind. The short video clip showed a team of doctors dragging him out his front door in a straitjacket, while stuffing Valium down his throat. She flushed the image from her thoughts and brought her attention back to the armed man. "Do you have one or not? I'm kinda pressed for time here, Frank." He nodded. "Got me 2 of 'em. One primary and one backup. You gotta have backups, Daisy, for everything. Only a fool don't have backups." "Do they still work?" "You're damn straight they do. I test them every month on the 3rd and the 22nd, exactly at 10:24 a.m., just like the handwritten notes in the manual says. But it's gonna cost you. Big time." "Okay, how much?" she asked, wondering where this crazy old fart was going with his request. He better not ask her to take off her clothes or something else even more sick and twisted. His living alone in a home-made fortress with only his demons to talk to had obviously eroded some of his mental foundation. Tuttle took the hanky from his mouth, then rubbed his chin with it for a few seconds before speaking in a calmer tone. $3, cash, and none of that Mexican peso crap. I only accept American. You got it. I don't do Jap neither. She held back a laugh, wanting to play along. He was finally settling down a bit, and she needed to complete this mission and get back to town. Okay, $3, but you gotta put the shotgun down. We're both friends here. Tuttle didn't answer, only staring at her with his cloudy brown eyes. The swatches of wrinkles around his eyes were heavy and distinct, compressing and releasing each time he blinked. His weathered face showed the cumulative effects of an old man's tormented life, a life capped by the slow, methodical death of the only woman he ever loved. Daisy felt sorry for him. He'd been through hell with his wife's painful end, only to be left with a lonely shadow existence. Come on, Frank. You know me. You know I'm not a threat. Your daughter and I were best friends growing up. I was over here all the time, at least until Misty ran off with that skinny artist from overseas who blew into town right after high school. Can't remember his name, though. Cowie. Yes, that's it. Angus Cowie, she said after testing Frank's memory with the carefully worded question. His mouth turned south. Always ragging on our country about this and that. What a pompous ass. I never liked him. Not one bit, I tell ya. That makes two of us, she said, seeing his eye soften and his chin release its clench. She was getting through to him. Look, I've done everything you've asked me to do. Now I need you trust me. Please, Frank, put down the gun. His whole body relaxed as he lowered the barrel and tucked the stock under his arm. She gave him a friendly smile. That's better. Now, where is it? I need to get back to the sheriff. Let me see it, he said in a more serious tone as all the expression ran from his face. See what? He held out his hand, palm up. The cash. I don't offer credit, missy. Cash up front or the deal's off. She smiled, then took out a money clip from her pocket. Her hands unrolled the small wrap of bills and shuffled through them until she found 3 $1 bills. She pulled them free and gave them to him in a clump. He took turns holding each one up to the sun for a moment before stuffing them into his pocket. Follow me, he said when he was done, spinning his boots in the dirt and walking toward the pole barn. She followed behind him as he sauntered around the rock piles and through the weeds on his way to the massive structure. The man's movement left a trail of stench she had to walk, though, a strong combination of cigar smoke and body odor. Daisy couldn't imagine how bad it smelled inside his single-wide home. The sun's relentless baking of a tin can like that would etch the smell into the walls and floor permanently. 50 feet later, Daisy could see behind the house. Tuttle had built an impressive chicken coop beneath one of the majestic oak trees. Next to it was a 2-story pigeon house about the size of a jeep. Neither of the 2 wooden structures existed when she last visited, and both of them were full of animals and surrounded by dense wire cages. When they reached the pole barn entrance, Tuttle unlocked 3 padlocks with a set of keys from his pocket. He slid the double doors open from the middle, then went inside and disappeared into the darkness. She waited in silence for him to turn on a flashlight. "Well, you coming in or what?" he asked from inside the void. Daisy didn't like the idea of following a creepy old man into a dark building, but she didn't want to raise the man's suspicions, not after spending the time to get him to trust her. She stepped inside. He closed the doors behind her, then flipped on a light switch, igniting a series of overhead lights high above in the rafters. Since the power was out in the area, Tuttle obviously had backup power. She didn't hear a generator puttering in the background, so that meant battery backup. She should have expected that, given his solar panels, Faraday cages, and reputation as a prepper. The barn was filled with stacks and stacks of provisions and supplies, an impressive sight. Everywhere she looked, it was more of the same. All of the columns were sitting on raised platforms like heavy, reinforced pallets and wrapped with several layers of shrink wrap. Each stack went from the floor up to the ceiling, some 4 stories away. Walmart had nothing on this man. Holy cow, Frank. Did you buy all this stuff? Yeah, you know what they say, you can never have enough ammo or supplies, he answered, wearing a slight grin. He was obviously proud of his inventory. Well, I don't think they were talking about you. You certainly have enough. How did you stack all of this crap up? A series of chain hoists, he said, pointing at the ceiling at the far end of the center aisle. And my forklift parked around back. I keep everything out of sight from that witch across the street. I swear, she sits around all day just waiting for me to do something. Is that why you parked the old trucks and put the signs out front? To piss her off? Yeah, 'cause it seems like every time I look over there, she's out on her front porch, staring at me from that there rocking chair of hers. My plan is to stack up so much stuff that she stops looking over here. Until then, I have to work mostly at night just to have a little privacy. Night work, huh? She said, letting her eyes take a quick inventory of what was around her. Well, when the moon's not out. Truth is, it's not easy living alone, but it's even harder when you're living across the street from a crazy person. He should talk, she thought quietly. But I make do as best I can, he added. It just ain't the same since my Helen passed. You probably don't know this, but she was one of my favorite people in the whole world. She always had a smile on her face and made me feel welcome every time I came over. Yeah, she did that with everyone. She had a big heart. Yes, she did. When I used to hang out here with Misty, I could see how much she loved her family, Frank. I think everyone in town knew that, too. He nodded. Helen was the best. Daisy walked down the center aisle and took in the size and scope of his inventory. Tuttle even had 4 pallets of disposable diapers. This is totally unbelievable. How could you afford all this? It had to cost a fortune. Helen's parents, they were loaded when they passed. Helen helped you do all this. Yep, that woman was freakishly strong for her size. Like I said, she loved you very much, Daisy added, wondering if she'd have the same selfless dedication to back her husband like Helen did with Frank. After all, spending all their money on doomsday preparations took a special kind of love and madness. However, to test herself like that, Daisy would have to get married first, which of course would never happen unless she found a man she could stand to be around for more than a few days. Not likely, she thought. She hadn't managed to scrounge up a real date in over a year, though it wasn't all her fault. The town gene pool was pretty slim when it came to eligible men. It wasn't like she was overly picky, but they needed to at least bathe regularly and have all their teeth. Oh, and not be married, like the last man she'd been with. She'd let her guard down for only a moment, and somehow he found the crack in her armor and worked his way into her life. She hated herself for getting involved with him and broke it off soon after it started, but the damage was already done. You can't undo the heartache you caused to someone you know. Not in a small town, where everyone knows everything about everyone. Over here, Tuttle said, leading her with an outstretched hand. They worked their way back through a maze of stacks on the right, eventually passing a series of heavy-duty metal filing cabinets sitting side by side. All of them were 6 feet tall, with double swing doors that met in the middle. Every seam in the metal frames appeared to have been taped shut with wide strips of metal-reinforced tape. On the front of each was a handwritten cardboard sign that read "Keep sealed until Tiatwaki." She quietly mouthed out the words from the acronym's letters. The end of the world as we know it. Tuttle kept walking past the line of doomsday cabinets and eventually stopped in front of what appeared to be a trap door built into the floor. He pointed. "It's down there." "You built a fallout shelter inside your barn?" she asked as another round of acrid BO and cigar smoke invaded her nostrils. She wanted to gag but managed to hold it back. "Yeah, this one. Can't build them all outside. That's too predictable. Gotta keep 'em guessing and you gotta have options. Options is the key since you never know what's coming your way or what you're gonna need. Gotta prep for everything. Got to have backups. You have more than one." His eyes pinched and he straightened his posture, but didn't respond. Daisy got the sense Tuttle just realized he'd shared too much information. She needed to redirect his focus elsewhere before he got upset and refused to cooperate any further. She nodded and then pointed at the floor hatch. "Okay then, let's get to it. You wait here. Nobody goes down there except me." "No problem, Frank, whatever you want, but please hurry." Chapter 11. Sheriff Gus Apollo stood in front of the 6 men he just drafted for temporary assignment as Clearwater deputy sheriffs. None of them were over 30, but they were in good shape. Well, except for the 2 on the left. One of the questionable selections was tall and grossly underweight, while the other was short and must have weighed 300 pounds. Maybe more. Gus wasn't exactly rockin' a killer bod, as Daisy would say, but compared to this kid, he felt like an underwear model. The odd pair reminded him of Laurel and Hardy from the black and white TV days. Even though their shows were first broadcast well before his time, Gus had fond memories of the reruns. When his reserve unit rolled into town after their annual fishing trip to Canada, he planned to say goodbye to these 6 recruits. Until then, they'd have to do. None of them were trained or ready, but they should be able to help if he kept them on a short leash. For privacy, Gus closed the door to his office before giving each man a deputy sheriff's star. He motioned for them to pin it on. "Left side pocket, gentlemen," he said, waiting until they were done sticking the tin to their chests. "To save time, I'm gonna shortcut the swearing-in ceremony and offer a revised oath of duty. I'll recite it from start to finish, and then have you all agree to it in unison when I'm done. Understood?" Each of the men nodded. "Excellent," he said in a firm tone. "If you can all follow orders that well from here on out, this new partnership might have a chance to work. Are you ready, men?" A collective though disjointed set of affirming answers came from the group. "Yes, yes, Sheriff. Ready, roger that, sir." "Raise your left hand and put your right hand over your heart." Gus waited until everyone was in oath-taking position, then pulled out a note card from his front pocket and looked at the words inscribed on it. The mayor's handwriting was excellent and easy to read. "I, Sheriff Augustus Apollo, do hereby deputize each of you under the rights granted to me by the esteemed mayor and the proud citizens of Clearwater, Colorado." Some of the men puffed out their chests and stood a little more erect than before. "Do each of you swear your solemn oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of Colorado, and the laws of the City of Clearwater? Will each of you faithfully discharge any and all duties that I or the mayor assign to you in accordance with the policies and procedures of this sheriff's office, and do so until such time as your temporary duty ends or is revoked? If you agree, then step forward and answer with yes, Sheriff." Each man in the group took a single step forward and answered as instructed. "Therefore, by the power vested in me, I hereby grant each of you legal standing as Deputy Sheriff of Clearwater, Colorado." There was a long pause in the room. "That's it?" one of the younger men asked after making eye contact with the man standing next to him. Gus remembered his first name as Wayne, but his last name eluded his memory. "That's it, Wayne. You're now on the team. So are the rest of you. Welcome aboard." The tallest and most muscular of the group stepped forward. "Orders, sir. I need you to break into teams of 2. Team 1 will head out to the Silver King mine and assist Mr. King with the recovery of his men trapped in the mine shaft. Who wants this assignment?" Sheriff Apollo waited, but nobody spoke up. "Okay, since none of you want to volunteer, we'll do this another way," he said before pointing at the closest man on the right. "You and Wayne head out there. From now on, you're Team 1. The 2 men nodded. Gus waited for them to turn and leave, but they stood there looking confused. "On your way, boys. Time to get cracking." "On foot." "Yeah, we really don't have a choice now, do we? Mr. King will guide you. He's waiting outside my office." They nodded and left the office, failing to close the door behind them. He pointed at the skinniest and the fattest of the 2. They were standing together on the left. "You guys are Team 2 and assigned to crowd control." "Crowd control? Really? That's all," the skinny man said. "Watch the square and try to keep everyone calm. I'm not sure how long this outage will last, but there's bound to be some stressful moments around here." "Do we get guns?" the shorter member of Team 2 asked. Gus remembered his name as Albert from their brief introduction outside. This man's excess poundage was only outdone by the pimples across his nose and neck. There was probably more acne hiding along his chin, but the thick stubble across his rounded chin and plump cheeks covered up some serious acreage on his face. "No, you don't get guns. Not until I've had a chance to train you on proper handling techniques and certified your ability at the range." "Come on, Sheriff, I know how to shoot. I've mastered all 55 levels in Call of Duty Black Ops 3, Albert said, reaching for the holster on the side of Gus' waistline. Gus blocked Albert's attempt with his hand. "Let me say this one more time. No guns. Now, you 2 get outside and stand watch before I change my mind and revoke your deputyship. If anything pops up, notify me immediately. You're my eyes and ears out there." They nodded before leaving the room single file. Albert was the second of the 2 and sauntered with his shoulders slumped and head hanging low. It bobbed from side to side on his neck thanks to his rocking, peg-legged walking stride. Gus figured if the kid lost 100 pounds, his knee-locked stride would be a lot smoother, possibly even non-existent. The sheriff addressed the remaining 2 men. "Team 3, you're on search and rescue." "Who are we looking for, boss?" "A group of kids who haven't returned from their field trip. When Deputy Clark returns from her field assignment, I want the 3 of you to ride out to Atwater's place and borrow some of his horses." "Ride, Sheriff, before we have the horses." "Wrong kind of ride," Gus said. "Grab a couple of bikes from ye old bike shop and head out there. Exchange them for the horses we're commandeering, then assist Deputy Clark in search and rescue efforts out by Clayton Ravine on County Road. See, you guys can ride a bike, can't you?" "Yes, sir. Spent most of my high school years riding to and from school every day on those uncomfortable seats," the blond man with the stout chest and wide shoulders answered. Gus knew him as Dick Dickens, the former starting offensive guard for the high school football team a few years back. The brute would have finally earned all-state honors if it weren't for his Achilles, tendon snapping in the second game of his senior season. Gus decided to address the young man using his nickname. "Must have been a darn big seat, Dickie." "That it was, Sheriff. We grow big in Colorado." "That we do," Gus said as a smile hid his lips. He glanced down at Dickie's right leg, then brought his eyes back up. Looks like your foot is all healed up. Rehab took forever, but for the most part I'm as good as new. Gus looked at the other guy. And you? Yeah, I can ride. It's been a while, but I'm sure it'll come back to me. Fair enough. Now get out there, men, and make me proud. Daisy, I mean Deputy Clark, should be back any minute. Yes, Sheriff, Dickie answered, leading his partner out of the office. Chapter 12. Stephanie King doubled her grip on the door latch of the toppled bus as she kept a close eye on the kids inside. They were packed in like gophers, sitting only inches from her on the other side of the glass. How are the kids holding up? Bunker asked from 5 feet away. They're okay, for now. I think watching you haul the rocks up on top is keeping them preoccupied, but we need to get this done before they lose interest. Working as fast as I can, he told her, loading another round of rocks inside the back of his tucked shirt. That's gotta hurt, she said, seeing splotches of blood dotting the cloth covering his back. Each time he dropped another rock inside the collar of his shirt, the stones clanked together at the bottom and sent the bulge of material wider along the man's slender waistline. Ah, this doesn't hurt. I've felt worse, trust me, he said, climbing up the yellow metal wall. He planted his knees on top of the sideways bus after pulling himself up. He stood up and with a quick yank, he untucked his shirt and let the rocks fall like he'd done the previous 6 trips, then dropped back down to the ground. How will you know when we have enough weight up there? She asked, looking at the remaining stones she and Jeffrey had brought from a nearby creek bed. Thanks to the recent drought, they didn't have to wade through any water, so collecting the stones was simple. Bunker pointed at the pile. When all of those are up there, he said, swinging his index finger from low to high. I don't want to take any chances. I hope we brought enough, she added, wondering if his shirt could stand up to the stress of the remaining sharp edges and weight. A cotton t-shirt wasn't exactly the strongest material. Jeffrey interrupted. It should be enough, Mom. Since the bus was balancing on its own before, all we need is the same amount of weight as all the kids inside, plus a little bit extra just to be sure. How do you know all of this, Angel? She asked, figuring Bunker must have told him when she wasn't paying attention. Frankie's science lab, Mom, remember? Oh yeah, right, she answered, remembering how hard it was to track down that educational game in Denver at Christmas. Hardly anyone stocked the slow-selling item, but she finally found one in a rundown second-hand toy store on the west side of town. Until then, she thought her trip to visit her mom and take her shopping for the holidays was a complete bust. But the effort was worth it. Jeffrey loved that game, spending hours upon hours interacting with it to answer questions. And now, it appeared he actually learned something useful along the way. Bunker spent the next handful of minutes transporting the rest of the counterbalance material to the top of the school bus. After the final load was delivered and stacked, he stood atop his perch and looked down at Stephanie. Moment of truth. Would it make sense for you to stay up there while I get the kids out? You'd add more weight, she said, not knowing where the idea came from. She just put herself square in the middle of what must come next, heaping all the responsibility upon her thin shoulders. Yeah, it would. But that means you're gonna have to get the kids out and do so in a hurry. Do you think you're up to it? She took a deep breath and let it out before answering. Her brain was telling her to say no, but her heart had other plans. Yeah, I think so. Are you sure? Because if we don't have enough weight up here, then the bus will. Well, you know, if that happens, you'll have to make a snap decision on who you will saw. She didn't need to hear any more of his explanation, and neither did her son, or the trapped kids who were listening with curious ears. I got it. You don't have to spell it out for me. Stephanie turned her neck to look at Jeffrey, standing behind her. She wanted to wrap him in a tight hug and give him a series of tender kisses across his forehead while she had the chance, but she couldn't. Not now. Not with her hands pressing down on the door latch. She couldn't take the chance that Bunker's plan with the rocks was wrong. "Jeffrey, honey, I need you to go stand over by the big boulders." "No, Mom," he answered in his most boyish voice. "Yes, go, like I said. But I should stay and help you." "This isn't open for debate, young man. Over by the boulders now. I'm not going to say it again." "Okay, fine," he said, turning and walking away, stomping his feet with force. "You're gonna need this," Bunker told her from above. He dropped a rock the size of a softball. It landed near her feet. She spread her legs out and bent forward, trying to reach the stone with her right hand. It wasn't easy to do and keep her left hand on the door latch. "Hang on a sec," Bunker said. Stephanie froze, her fingertips only a few inches from the rock. "You can let go of the handle now." "I'm pretty sure things are stable," he said in a confident tone. She wasn't sure she heard him correctly. "I'm sorry, what?" "Try letting go." "Really?" "Yes." "Okay," she said, pulling her hand back from the rock and bringing her legs together again. When she straightened her back, she made eye contact with the kids inside. They must have known what was about to happen because all of their little eyes were now wide. "It'll be okay, kids. I promise." Some of them nodded, but Stephanie could see their fear building. She eased her hand off the door latch but decided to keep it close just in case she needed to grab it again. The bus didn't move. "Like I said, stable," Bunker quipped. "You really need to think about trusting me." "I do, mostly," she answered, picking up the rock in one hand. She held it in her palm, bouncing it gently to get a feel for its weight. "What about the glass breaking? Some of the kids might get hurt." "Right, I forgot about that," Bunker said, hesitating for a 3 count. "I think I have an idea." Stephanie watched him turn away from her and pull the bottom of his t-shirt up and over his head. She expected to only see bloody scrapes and cuts across the white of his back, but that's not what she saw. The man's sculptured back and powerful shoulders were covered in a tapestry of colorful tattoos. The ink featured numerous symbols, shapes, and animals, plus some numbers scattered about. A beautiful red, white, and blue eagle with its wings raised at a 90-degree angle took up a good portion of his back. The wingspan stretched from one shoulder blade to the other and was easily the biggest piece of artwork. The smallest item was a bloody upside-down peace symbol over his left kidney area. Next to it were the crosshairs of a target, and farther to the right was a red spider's web drawn over an all-black skull with fiery red eyes. Above the prominent eagle were the numbers 1488 written in black ink and underlined in drops of red blood. Below the black skull was the number 666, also in red. Other than the devil's number, she didn't know what the rest of it meant, but the colors and symbols seemed to be everywhere, at least where there wasn't a raised scar in the way. The artwork looked to wrap around the side of the man's impressively slender waist. She figured there was more across his front, but since he was facing away from her, she couldn't see any of it. The same was true for the hard-to-identify ink on his arms. Most of it looked faded and old, like he'd started his self-expression on his forearms first. When Bunker spun his head and glanced over his shoulder at her, she moved her eyes away. She didn't want him to catch her staring at his tattoos. He'd obviously covered them up for a reason. Otherwise, who would decide to wear a long-sleeve t-shirt in the middle of the summer? She wondered if the bandages along his neck were hiding more of the same. Made sense, she thought. He couldn't cover them up with his shirt when he was out in public, so maybe the bandages were his attempt to protect his secrets. "It's okay," Bunker said. "You can look, I don't mind, but let me say this. What you are seeing isn't what you think. At least not anymore. I'm no longer that guy. You don't have to explain, Stephanie said, figuring she was either looking at jailhouse or gang tattoos. Probably both. It's really none of my business anyway. And besides, we both agreed not to judge each other, remember? True, but I'm sure you want to know what kind of man you're traveling with. She had questions, sure. But in truth, she really didn't want to know what kind of man he was. Not after seeing all the disturbing artwork. Sometimes, too much information is a bad thing. She de-learned the hard way that there are times when it's better not to know the answers since you can't unlearn what, in the end, turns out to be something you really didn't want to know in the first place. If his secrets turned out to be something horrible, she could never go back. Sort of like when she decided to follow her ex-husband one night and caught him cheating on her. Once she knew it to be true, she couldn't pry it out of her head. Up until that moment, she could live in peaceful ignorance by convincing herself he wasn't being a total douchebag. Right now, she didn't know anything for sure about Bunker, and that was enough to keep her sanity in check and her denial in place. She needed to count on this man to keep them all safe, and adding a pile of worry about his past wasn't going to help her get through the day. She shook her head. Like I said, it's your business, not mine. Let's just get the kids out, okay? They're the only thing I care about at the moment. Agreed, he said, kneeling down in a crouched position, still facing away from her. She took a quick step back and watched him wad up his shirt and toss it inside the bus through what she assumed was an open window. Bunker pointed and spoke to one of the kids inside the bus. What's your name? A deep voice said, Tommy. Tommy, you look like the tallest, so I need you to hold my shirt over the glass on the door when Stephanie breaks it. Keep your hands high and turn your head away, okay? Can you do that? Just don't let any of the other kids move any closer to the front of the bus. Everyone needs to stay in the back. Okay. It'll be a tight fit for all of you, but you can do it. Stephanie returned to her position at the back door. Bunker's shirt was now hanging on the inside of the glass like he'd instructed the kid to do. Go ahead. Do it, Bunker told her. Then work the rock around the frame to clear all the sharp edges so the kids can crawl out safely. She swung the rock at the glass, but it slipped out of her hand before impact. It flew through the glass and wrapped itself inside the cotton of Bunker's shirt before landing inside. Her trembling hand went inside the window. Here, give it back to me, she told Tommy. But be careful. The boy gave her the wad of cloth and stone. She unwrapped it, then tossed the shirt up to Bunker, who was now sitting along the edge of the bus with his knees in front of his chest. She could see small portions of tattoos along his side, but not enough to make out what they were. Here, you need to cover up so the kids don't see. She was tempted to look away as he began to put the shirt on, but didn't. Bunker slipped the garment over his head and pulled it down before uncoiling his legs from in front of his chest. His movements looked awkward and clumsy, indicating he didn't want her to see whatever was drawn on his chest. It was time to clear the shards from the window frame, as Bunker suggested. Stephanie ran the rock around the edges, keeping her fingers away from anything sharp. When she was done, she tossed the stone away. Inside, two of the kids had their backpacks on. It gave her an idea. She pointed at the boy on the left, a blonde-haired lad with dimples on his cherub cheeks and a line of freckles painted across his cute, turned-up nose that came to a rounded point. I need your backpack, honey. Can you give it to me? The boy nodded, then slipped out of the straps and gave it to her. She positioned it just inside the door, on what was now the floor. Her plan was to pile the backpacks on the floor to protect the kids from the broken glass, and to create a soft staging area for them to use when they crawled out. "Give me the rest of your backpacks," she commanded, taking them from the kids and putting them in place. "Let's go, one at a time." "Crawl on top of the pack so you don't cut yourself," she said, taking the hand of a girl with pigtails. Stephanie's hand supported the child as she worked her petite frame across the backpack and out of the door's missing window. When the girl was safely outside, Stephanie pointed for her to go stand by her son, then reached inside the vehicle for another child's hand. Stephanie continued the process, helping more of the children escape. Each time another pair of tiny feet found freedom, she knew the bus might give way and tumble to the bottom of the ravine. Like her heart rate, the chances of tragedy were rising with each child she rescued. But she wasn't about to stop. She could feel the burn of Jeffrey's watchful eyes pressing on her from behind. Her son was probably more scared than she was, and that made her want to stop what she was doing and go comfort him. But she couldn't. Lives were at stake, and she had to work faster. Child after child climbed out, each time using the makeshift step she'd built from the backpacks as a handhold and kneeling point. Her conviction seemed to grow stronger with each young person she saved, adding to the weight of her responsibility. No way any of these precious kids are dying today. Not on my watch. Her heartbeat continued to escalate, stiffening her chin and her resolve. The unsteadiness was gone from her hands and replaced by added strength, allowing her to work faster. She was doing it, saving these kids from certain death. Never in a million years would she have imagined herself in this position and having the guts to see it through. Chapter 13. Sheriff Gus Apollo stood next to Mayor Buckley, while his boss ran his finger down another page in the dusty binder containing the town's official emergency plan. Buckley's hand stopped a second later, indicating his skimming had turned into reading. "When was this thing written?" he asked a few seconds later, moving his hand to the upper right corner of the paper and flipping through 2 more pages. "In the 70s, I believe. Obviously, long before word processors and laser printers were invented. Based on the typeset and ink, I'm guessing it was typed on an old IBM Selectric. I used to rock that thing back in the day." "70s, huh? That sounds about right. There's all this talk about the USSR and Czechoslovakia, country names that don't even exist anymore." "Then it's probably not going to be very helpful," Gus said, hearing a commotion behind him. He spun in time to see one of his newly minted deputies coming through the thinning crowd in the reception area of the sheriff's office. It was Deputy Albert, and he was holding onto an 8-inch, bronze-colored handle belonging to a yellow metal box. Its distinctive block shape and bright color told Gus what it was: a vintage Geiger counter. Albert held it up, sending the flab on the underside of his arm into a full wiggle. "Here you go, Sheriff. That smoking hot Daisy chick dropped this off a minute ago before she took off with those jocks you assigned to Team 3. Gus ignored the digs and sexual references as he took the unit from his underling and held it up for closer inspection. The nameplate told him it was an Anton CDV 700 Model 5, and it looked to be in great shape. There were no scratches anywhere on the paint, and the glass covering the meter was clean and intact. Albert held up his other hand. "You might need this, too." A black headset with a dangling cord came at Gus from Albert's position, catching him off guard. Albert cleared his throat. "This plugs in the jack-labeled phone." Gus took the item and inserted the connector as Albert had suggested. Then he slipped the headset on and positioned the single speaker over his ear. "The black knob turns it on," Albert said. "The X10 setting is what you should use." Gus got the feeling that Albert had tried the device before bringing it inside. "Does the battery still work?" 10-4. Pretty damn surprising if you ask me, considering how old that thing is. I think Moses must have used it last. You know, before loading the animals and all. That was Noah and the ark, the mayor said, with frustration growing on his face. Moses parted the Red Sea, you dumb. It looked like Albert was going to respond to the mayor's forthcoming insult, so Gus decided to jump in and run interference. He brought the unit up to block Albert's view of Buckley. It seemed to keep the overweight kid from speaking. Gus spoke an instant later. Yep, this thing is almost as old as me, and that's saying something. But you know what they say. They don't build M like this anymore. Thanks for bringing it in, Albert. You may return to your post. Okay, he said before looking at the mayor and letting a lingering sneer hang in the air. I'll be outside in case anyone needs me, he said before turning and waddling away. The mayor looked at Gus and gave him a raised eyebrow and a quick smirk. Gus let out a genuine smile as he focused on the device in his hands. He turned the unit on, ratcheting the black control knob to the setting of X10. He could hear the subtle, high-pitched whine of the Geiger's power systems ramping up inside the earpiece. A few moments later, a sparse, random crackle began to take over. Gus moved the device from side to side in front of him, listening for any drastic changes in tone and intensity through the headset. There were none. I think we're okay, he told his boss. That's one piece of good news, the mayor said. We'll see what my grandson comes up with when you send him out into the field, assuming he can follow instructions properly. Shouldn't be a problem, sir. It's pretty simple to operate. Won't take but a couple of minutes to show him what to do. Chapter 14. Bunker stood with the tips of his shoes hanging over the edge of the bus, looking down at Stephanie. The slender woman's hands moved with precision and speed as she rescued two more kids through the shattered glass of the rear door. A few of the children had cuts, bruises, and some blood on their cheeks and foreheads, but so far none of their injuries looked serious. Shock and fear are the biggest worries now, Bunker thought. These kids are going to need some serious counseling when this is over. Stephanie's right arm went into the bus again. Okay, come on, sweetheart. Just give me your hand. I've gotcha, I promise, she said with a breathy voice. A few seconds later, Bunker could see a patch of curly brown hair and a blue and white pullover shirt coming out of the opening below. They belonged to a stocky boy who was now free and running toward his classmates, who'd formed a half circle 20 feet behind Stephanie. She looked up at Bunker and nodded, showing a face full of disbelief. The kids are out. We got Bunker, all of them. No, you did, Steph. Nice work, he said, waiting for her to scoot away from the bus. But she didn't. She sighed instead, then leaned a bit forward and peered into the bus. Now we just need to figure out how to get the you-know-what out, if we even can. Bunker knew what she was referring to, the driver's corpse, and agreed with her decision not to use the words dead body in front of the kids. He'd been thinking about how to recover the driver and wasn't sure if they could do it safely. If anyone went inside the bus and moved forward, there was a good chance the shift in weight would send the bus over the cliff. There was no way to know how much counterbalance the rocks on top were providing, so going inside was a blind gamble. When he tossed his shirt down to Tommy earlier, he got a good view of the driver. The man's neck was twisted back and to the left, sitting on his left shoulder at a grotesque angle. As far as Bunker was concerned, dragging his body out now wasn't worth the risk. That left only one choice, jumping off the bus and letting it plunge into the ravine. Law enforcement could recover his body later. He figured Stephanie wouldn't want the kids to see their bus driver disappear over the edge. She'd probably want to gather up the children and escort them to the road. He was about to suggest that very idea, but held his tongue when one of the kids blurted out an unexpected question. It was the boy in the pullover who'd been rescued last. "What about Megan?" the kid asked, his voice crackling with pubescent tones. "Who?" Bunker answered, feeling the sting of the question rattle his bones. "Megan. She was goofing around on the back of the seat when we crashed. I think she got hurt pretty bad when she went flying. We heard her crying for a while after it first happened, but now I think she's asleep or something." "Where is she?" Bunker asked, feeling a sharp pressure squeezing the blood out of his heart. "In the front somewhere. By our driver, Mr. Wilhelm. He has a pacemaker, but I think he's dead." When Bunker was taking off his shirt earlier, he was so focused on the kids in the last few rows of the bus that he never thought to check the front for any more children. If the boy's recap of the accident was correct, then the injured girl was probably unconscious and near the dead man in the driver's seat. "We can't leave her in there, Bunker," Stephanie said, her face now devoid of color. "We have to get her out." "You're right, but if she's in the front, how are we going to get to her? This thing's probably going to go nowhere if someone walks to the front," he said, shooting a head nod in her direction to divert her attention from his eyes. She must have understood because she swung her head around and looked at the kids. The throng of grade schoolers was closing in around her. Stephanie stood up and held out her arms to corral the unruly flock of sheep. "Kids, you need to stay back. Jeffrey, you too." "But we want to help, Mom, to get the girl out." "It's not safe, son, not for any of you. I need you to take the other children away from here," she said, pointing at the line of trees behind them. "Go up on the road and wait for us. Can you do that, honey? Please." "But Mom," he said in a long, drawn-out tone. The other kids were nodding and mumbling supportive phrases to Jeffrey. "No, sweetheart, you need to take everyone back up to the road. Right now, okay? It's very important." Jeffrey stood motionless, looking unsure as his eyes drifted away. "Baby, look at me," she snapped. Jeffrey did as he was told but didn't speak. "Go, now. Show them the way up to the pavement. I need you to be strong and make sure everyone is safe. Mr. Bunker and I will handle this. I promise everything is going to be okay." Her son nodded, then began to lead the kids away from the bus like she wanted. Right then, a soft cry came from inside the bus. Then a girl's voice spoke up. "Daddy." "Wait," Bunker said. "What is it?" Stephanie asked. "Listen," he said in an excited whisper. The girl called out again for her father over and over, crying in between the words. Stephanie ran to the back door of the bus. "Megan, honey, can you hear me?" "Yes, who's out there?" "My name is Stephanie, and I'm here to help you. Where are you, sweetheart?" "By Mr. Wilhelm, behind his seat." "Can you make your way to the back of the bus?" "No, my leg hurts really bad. I can't move it." "It'll be okay, honey." "Who's on top of the bus? I hear someone." "That's my good friend, Jack Bunker. He's here to help, too. We're going to get you out of there." "Are you coming to get me?" "Yes, Megan. Just stay where you are and don't move until we tell you." "Okay." The girl answered with a yes. Right then a new idea tore into Bunker's mind. "Hey, Steph." She looked up. He made a sweeping finger motion at the kids who were still standing behind her. "Their belts. I need them." "Why?" "Remember how I got us down from the tracks?" "Oh yeah, right," she said, turning her focus to Jeffrey. "Have all your friends take off their belts and leave them here." Her son nodded, then collected the belts from the kids who were wearing them. Some weren't very long, but a few were, giving Bunker hope that his plan just might work. Bunker watched Jeffrey pile them up by his mother's feet, counting at least 20. The boy made eye contact with him. "That's all of them, Mr. Bunker." "Good work. Now get everyone to safety like your mother said." Will Megan be okay? She sounds really scared, Jeffrey asked his mother. We'll get her out, I promise. But you need to go take care of all your new friends, up on the road now. Jeffrey nodded. One by one, the group filtered out of the clearing and into the brush, where the incline to the road was waiting for them. After the last one disappeared, Stephanie looked at Bunker. For a moment there, I thought he wasn't going to listen to me. He's a good kid, so are the rest. They only wanted to help the girl, and that says a lot. Thanks for saying that. As a mom, I try to teach him to always do the right thing, but sometimes I'm not sure I'm getting through. It's tough with his asshole of a father always getting in the way. Plus, all the influence of social media and video games. Kids these days are hit from all sides with way too much information and way too much opinion. It makes being a parent just that much harder. Sometimes I want to scream. From what I can see, you did good, Bunker told her in a firm tone. But I have to ask, you said the phrase new friends a little bit ago. Doesn't Jeffrey know these kids from school? It's a small town after all. We've always homeschooled him. It's what his father wanted. You taught him. No, we hired a full-time live-in tutor, cute girl. She was great until the divorce. Then she took sides. Since I wasn't the one paying her, you know how that turned out. I'm pretty sure she was another notch on his conquest belt too, though I could never prove it. And to think I trusted that girl. It happens. I mean, I get that he has all the money and power, but until recently, I never realized how many ways a man like him has to screw a woman. God, it never ends. Every time I turn around, it seems like he's doing it to me again. There was a long, awkward pause. Wait, that didn't come out right, she said, looking embarrassed. He laughed, feeling his face flush. I know what you meant, but we should really be focusing on Megan right now. Yeah, I agree, she said, clearing her throat and taking a deep breath. As far as I see, there's only one way to do it. Rescue Megan, I mean. He nodded. One of us is gonna have to go inside and get her. Yep, one of us, she said while staring into the back of the bus. And by that, I mean me. That's why I wanted the belts, but I need you up here for counterweight. Wouldn't it be the same if I just got in the back, not on top? Up here is better. I think we'll get a little more leverage that way. Really, I don't see how. The back is the back, right? I don't know, maybe. But either way, up here is where you need to be. It's safer for you. She looked up and nodded, not giving him any more grief about climbing up. Her hands and feet worked quickly, bringing her to Bunker's position. He grabbed her by the shoulders and was about to explain the plan, then realized he just violated her personal space rule again. He pulled his hands away in a lurch. Sorry, I keep forgetting. She grabbed his hands and squeezed them. Her eyes were tight and fierce. Focus, Bunker, Megan, remember, the little girl who needs our help. Right, he stammered, unwrapping his fingers from hers. He pointed at the edge. You sit there with your legs hanging over the back while I go inside, but I need you to promise me something. Sure, what? He lowered his voice, not wanting Megan to hear. If you feel the bus start to go, you jump off. She looked at the edge, then back at him. You really think that's gonna be necessary? I mean, we have all these rocks, and me. Well, if I were still a betting man, I'd say it's 3-1 against. Maybe higher. She blinked at him and didn't respond. So, promise me, you'll jump off the very second you feel this thing start to move. Our number one priority has to be your son and the rest of the kids up there. Someone has to get them back to town. She nodded but kept silent. I need you to say it. She gulped, then whispered, "Okay, I promise. I'll jump off if I need to." Chapter 15. Albert walked past his newly assigned partner on Team 2 and put his wide backside against the rectangular base of the memorial statue in the center of the town square. The towering bronze-colored structure was a likeness of Cyrus Clearwater, the town patriarch. The shadows being cast by the monument's raised arms were long and pointing east, reminding him of a time not that long ago when he was sitting below the Great Sphinx of Giza in Egypt. Cyrus' left hand was holding a huge spade-shaped shovel. In his right was a massive ground-breaking pick, both representative of the endless hours of hard work put in by the town founder and his family to forge a life in this lush but unforgiving wilderness. At least that was the story Albert had been told by one of his grade school teachers. He couldn't remember the old broad's real name, but her saggy cheeks and the huge mole on her forehead were legendary. The kids called her Cyclops, that much he remembered. Not that any of it mattered. The tale of Cyrus Clearwater was ancient history to him. The man died way back in the Dark Ages, something like 1938 if he remembered correctly. Colon cancer was his downfall, he thought, or maybe it was a brutal bear attack. He couldn't be sure. Either way, the man got his ass handed to him, and Albert couldn't care less. He turned to his teammate standing to the right and put out his hand. "My name's Albert." "Dustin Brown," the short-haired man answered, shaking hands with a doubly firm grip. Albert couldn't believe the size of Dustin's hand. It was both long and wide, reminiscent of what he would expect from a burly, 65 lumberjack. Dustin was tall, but not that tall, and he certainly wasn't burly. He was maybe a $140 in weight, with a good portion of that in his massive, hooked nose. The dude's deep-set eyes and stork-like physique made him look like something only the casting directors in Hollywood could conjure up for some movie shot in the starving deserts of Ethiopia. "Why'd you join this detail?" Albert asked, pulling his hand free from the grip and wondering if the underweight pencil standing across from him would snap under the first sign of pressure. "Seemed like the right thing to do when Sheriff Apollo asked me. For some reason, I just couldn't say no. What about you?" "Always wanted to wear a badge, and maybe I'll get to fire off a few rounds now and then." "I'm sorry, what was that? Did you say you wanted to shoot somebody?" "Chill out, I never said that. But they must have a stockpile of weapons and a shooting range we get to use." "Right." "Honestly, that never crossed my mind." "Oh, really?" Albert said, sizing up the guy's answer. It didn't sound legit. He decided to probe a little more, hoping to free the truth. "Don't you want to test your skills and see if you measure up? I mean, what red-blooded American male doesn't want to send some rounds downrange? They might even have some tannerite we get to use." "Tannerite?" "It's a binary explosive," Albert said, letting a smile grow on his lips. "It's normally used for exploding targets. However, if you mix up a big batch of that stuff and shoot it with a high-powered rifle, it'll send a garbage can into orbit. Been there, done that, if you know what I mean." Dustin didn't respond, so Albert decided to continue. "Well, actually, it was 30 pounds and my dad's old, broken-down Ford Bronco. You should have seen it. It was epic. Looked like something out of Afghanistan when it was over." "So that's the reason you accepted this job, to blow stuff up?" "Yeah, sure, part of it. But really, it's all about the respect. You know, people doing what I say when I say it. I finally have a chance to show all these assholes who the real Albert is." "Okay, I can see that," Dustin said, nodding slowly. "But remember, we're only deputies, temporary ones at that. The sheriff and mayor are the men calling the shots." "When they're around, yes," Albert said, pointing at the badge on his chest. But when they're not, this little piece of tin takes over, and so does the man wearing it. Wow, and I thought I had issues. Albert ignored the insult, deciding to drive home his point to his new partner. I'm sick and tired of people judging me because of my weight. That's why I took a sabbatical from this shit stain of a town when I had the chance. Just 'cause I'm heavy doesn't mean I'm not a real person, or that I'm stupid or something. It never ends. It's just like with my hair. I can't help the fact that it's super curly. It came that way. You could cut it though. Wearing it long like that must get hot in the summer. I'm guessing the sheriff department's rules and regs call for high and tight, or something along those lines. I used to keep it short, but with my round face, it gave the cretins in school more ammo to cut me down. So after high school, I went with the long, scraggly look to portray a different persona, hopefully backing a few of them the fuck off in the process. Being me in public is exhausting. I get that. People have been doing that to me too. When you're the skinniest kid in school, it isn't exactly a recipe to make friends. Usually it just gets you a serious beatdown at lunch hour. But what really sucks is that it didn't stop after graduation. I thought once we all got older, the slams and insults would have stopped. But they didn't. Seems like every time I turn around, someone's calling me Stork or Starvin, Marvin, or something along those lines. Albert held back a laugh, even though those nicknames fit Dustin perfectly. He didn't want to insult the man or sound like a total hypocrite. Yeah, I feel your pain. I may be slow of foot, but I can be agile when I want to be. Adrenaline can do that. You got that right, brother. We all know that mass times acceleration equals force. And trust me, there's a lot of force in this body. You think we're gonna need it, force, I mean. No doubt. There's no telling what's gonna happen now that society is tumbling into chaos, right before our very eyes. Dustin turned his head, then his shoulders toward the activity in the center of town. Albert's eyes focused on the same. On the left was Chalmers Market and Feed Store. On the right was a 7-pump gas station called Billy's Pump and Munch. Both were packed with people milling about. Stupid morons, Albert said, pointing at the grocery store. I wonder how many of them are expecting to pay with their debit cards. Not going to work, dumbasses. Neither are the cash registers, or freezers, or anything else. Dustin chuckled, then nodded in the direction of the closest gas pump. Almost as bad as the idiots standing in that line to get fuel for their gas cans. Pumps don't work without electricity, people, he said, shaking his head. He looked at Albert. And they call us stupid. Albert laughed. Gonna be some generators running dry tonight. Right then, he realized Dustin wasn't a total goof after all. They certainly shared the same sense of humor, so far at least. Even so, he wasn't quite ready to label Dustin a cool dude, but he was considering it. During his stints in L.A. and then the Big Apple, Albert had met a slew of candidates who turned out to be nothing more than Neanderthals who could spell. Well, sort of, their names at least, but getting the cement heads to follow orders was always problematic. Was it any wonder the fat stacks of cash always seemed to elude them? Stupidity is an endless commodity was his favorite saying. If he hadn't shown up when he did in L.A., the crew would have eventually perished, along with their inventory. Look at them, Dustin said, chuckling. Maybe we should go over there and explain it to them. Dustin smirked. Nah, why bother? It's not our job. I say we let them figure it out on their own. Besides, watching those morons gives us something to do. It's almost like we have our very own reality TV channel right here in the center of Clearwater. Oh shit, Albert said, seeing two of the men near the front of the line put down their 5-gallon gas cans and start throwing punches at each other. What should we do? You go inform the sheriff. What about you? Albert looked at the gas station, then back at Dustin, feeling his blood pressure rising by the second. Time to start earning my deputy pay. Are you sure? Those guys are pretty big. Yeah, go, I got this. Dustin took off running for the sheriff's office, looking like an uncoordinated giraffe crossing the square. Jogging clearly wasn't his thing. Albert sucked in a breath and put on his warrior face, then charged across the street. He wasn't sure what he was going to do, but it was time to see if his new gig would change people's perception about him. His old persona, at least. The new Albert needed to stay locked away and out of sight until the time was right. When he arrived, he wedged his shoulders in between the two combatants, both of whom were at least 6 inches taller than him. He turned sideways and put a raised forearm on each man's chest, shoving them apart. "What's going on here?" Albert asked, his voice choppy and out of breath. "You need to leave, Albert. This doesn't concern you," the bronze-skinned man said, his voice deep and his chin stiff. Albert recognized him as town mechanic and former high school acquaintance, Bert Lowenstein, a man whose fingernails were always dirty and so were his coveralls. His BO was legendary, even before he became a professional wrench. "Well, actually it does," Albert said, pointing to his chest. "You see this badge? It says Deputy Sheriff. I know you flunked English and all, but those words mean I own your ass, and you need to do what I say, Bert." "Yeah, right. So what genius decided to give a tub like you a badge?" "Sheriff Apollo. And just so you know, my partner just went to get him. He'll be here any second." Bert looked around, then brought his eyes back to Albert. "No, I don't think so," he said, pressing the tip of his index finger into Albert's chest, once for each word. "It's just you and me, fat ass, just like old times." Albert knocked his hand away and refrained from retaliating. He didn't want to give away his recently acquired skills. He puffed out his heaving chest. "Raising a hand to an officer of the law is a felony, Bert. You need to stand down, right now, before I have no choice but to arrest you." "Officer of the law? Oh, really now?" he said, laughing. He brought his face in close and changed his tone to one of anger. "That's not gonna happen, Albert. Ever. Do you remember what happened senior year after you turned my ass in for that chemistry experiment you did for me?" "Yeah, I remember. They expelled you. Should have paid me the 200. I warned you." "No, not that. I'm talking about what happened a week later in the parking lot of 7-Eleven, when me and my boys paid you a little visit." "Yeah, that was like 10 years ago. A lot's changed since then." "Just in case you forgot, you cried like a little bitch after it was done." A series of flashbacks entered Albert's mind, all of them filled with fists, pain, and blood. "I'm not that guy anymore. Besides, it was 4-on-1. Not exactly a fair fight." Bert ran his eyes up and down Albert's physique. "Well, it's just you and me now, Jumbo," he said, ramming his finger into Albert's chest again, this time with double the force. "I'm outta here," the man behind Albert said. "You just gonna let him leave, officer?" Bert asked with attitude after leaning to the right to look past Albert. The boiling in Albert's chest wanted him to lash out physically at Bert, but he quashed the idea. He swallowed hard, then licked his lips to make sure his words came out crisp and firm. "He's of no consequence here. I figure you started this, and he's just an innocent bystander. Probably just protecting himself against you, like the rest of us have been doing all our lives." Bert looked down at his feet and shook his head before bringing his eyes back up. A sly smile appeared on his lips as he held his arms in front of his waist. He brought his filthy wrists together, side by side. "Okay then, arrest me." Albert had two ideas roaring in his brain. The first was tied to the man he used to be before he left this town, and the other was bubbling up from the new and improved version of himself. One plan would result in pain for himself, and the other was targeted for Bert, the overconfident and unsuspecting Neanderthal standing within easy striking distance. Albert decided to keep his secrets a secret. He grabbed the man's wrists with both hands. As expected, Bert reacted in an instant and grabbed Albert's right thumb, bending it back with extreme force. The pain was intense, sending Albert down to the pavement on one knee. "Eewa," he said, bending his elbow and swinging his body around to keep Bert from breaking his thumb. Before Albert could take another breath and plead for him to stop, a rush of wind whistled in from the right. A moment later, a black nightstick came into view and landed on the side of Bert's head. The brute went down hard, landing awkwardly with his arms and legs sprawled like a dead body. He was out cold. Albert looked up through the glare of the setting sun to see who was wielding the nightstick. It was Sheriff Apollo. Next to him was Dustin Brown, whose eyes were as big as pears. "I thought I told you to just observe and report back," Apollo asked, moving a step over to block the sun, his eyes tight and energized. Albert sucked in a few breaths and let them out before answering. He needed to let the pain in his hand ease a bit. "You know how Bert is, Sheriff. Someone needed to step in and keep the peace. By getting your thumb broken." "Well, that wasn't my plan originally. And just for the record, I don't think it's broken," he said, flexing his thumb gingerly. Albert could feel the eyes of everyone around him, silently judging and mocking the person kneeling before them. It was difficult not to speak up and expose the onlookers to the real story about the fat man with the badge, but he chose to keep his cool and stay in character. "What were you thinking?" Apollo asked with a sharp tongue. "You don't have any training for this." "I was thinking I needed to do my job. I thought he'd respect the badge." "Bert, come on, that guy doesn't respect anything." "I know, I went to high school with him." "Then you should have known this would happen." Albert did know, and he expected it. But he didn't want the sheriff or anyone else to know it was all just a ruse, and he let Bert manhandle him. He stood up, then shrugged. "Just trying to do my best. Next time, just wait for backup." "But what if you're not around? Or that delicious POA Daisy? Get one of the other teams to help you. They're more physically able." Albert nodded, though he didn't want to. He had much more to say in his defense, but decided to keep his mouth shut. With the grid and electronics down, he was sure the current situation was going to last for a while. If he was right, he needed time to reestablish his tradecraft and start recruiting. All of that would be much easier if everyone's attention was focused elsewhere. After all, it's much easier to hide in plain sight when the entire town thinks you're a fat, lazy, incompetent human being. Oh, how he couldn't wait to show them all how wrong they were. Chapter 16. Bunker felt a twinge in his back when he returned to the clearing, with an awkward 80-pound load in his arms. Stephanie's eyes locked onto the boulder he was carrying. "I thought you went to find a splint for Megan's leg." "I did, but then I saw this just sitting there, begging me to use it. I couldn't resist." "Seriously, now, we need to get Megan out of there." "We will, but a little more weight in the back can't hurt. If we're wrong, we won't get a second chance at this," he said, continuing his trek to Stephanie. "How's she doing?" "Scared, but I've been talking to her, so she knows we're still here. But her cries for her daddy are killing me inside." "I know, but we're almost ready," he told her when he arrived with the heavy stone. The rock was narrower than the frame around the missing window of the rear door to the bus, allowing him to easily slip it inside and let it drop. It landed on the stack of backpacks and rolled to the floor with a loud thud. "Please, Stephanie, hurry. "It hurts so bad," the girl cried out. "My friend Jack will be there soon. Just hang on, baby." Bunker pulled a 2-foot-long stick he'd found in the forest from inside the tuck on the back of his pants. It was about an inch in diameter and almost perfectly straight. He bent down and with his free hand picked up the wad of belts he'd lashed together. Earlier, he'd looped the ends through the buckles and connected them all to each other to form a makeshift rope. "Do you think it's long enough?" she asked. "It should be, if I can get close enough." "Let's hope so." "Wish me luck," he whispered to Stephanie. "Believe me, I've already said my prayers, twice. Now it's up to you." He bent forward and climbed in, wedging his torso in and through the missing glass. He used the wrap of belts to support his left hand as his legs came in next. Then he slid the stick in carefully. "Stephanie, is that you?" Megan asked, stopping her crying for a few seconds. "No, honey, it's my friend Jack Bunker. He's coming to rescue you." "Yes, I'm in the back right now, Megan. I'm working my way to you. So just hold on," Bunker said. "Okay, but please hurry. I'm really scared." "I will, I promise." The bus stability was solid, as expected. With Stephanie and the pile of stones on top, plus his weight and the extra mass of the rock he just brought in, there was more than enough counterbalance to keep the bus from falling, for now anyway. But he knew the physics at play would change as soon as he moved forward, and that was the deadly, unknown part of the equation. Bunker walked across the inside of the windows on the left side of the bus, using the seat backs on his right as a stabilizing brace. He did his best to keep his movements even and slow, knowing that if the bus was going to start moving, he needed to be able to feel it or hear it so he could react. This rescue would have been a lot easier if the bus was still upright and on its wheels, not laying on its side. Moving down the center aisle would have been smoother and faster, versus having to walk across rows of sideways windows and frames. He continued his journey, passing row after row, each time stopping to see if there was any movement before continuing. He was 5 rows deep when the metal frame under his feet began to wobble, telling him the bus was jostling a bit. "Whoa, whoa, whoa." Stephanie yelled, pounding on the top of the bus. "I feel it," he shouted back, putting his arms out for balance. "I think that's about as far as you can go," she said. "Hang on. I might be able to get a little bit closer. Just be ready up there." "Okay, but be careful. I've got a bad feeling about this." He took a shorter step this time, gently moving his shoe forward. There was a sound of creaking, but the angle of the vehicle didn't change. When he shifted his weight from his back foot to his front, the rear end of bus lifted off the ground about an inch, letting in a stream of light from underneath. He thought it was stabilizing, but then the bus lurched forward, sliding several inches. "Stop! Bunker! Stop!" Stephanie screamed. "The bus is going to fall." Bunker quickly backed up a step, realizing some of the dirt ledge had given way. It took a few more steps in reverse before the rear of the bus was touching the ground once again. He ran it through his head, thinking about the weight of the rocks on top and the counterbalance mechanics. When the bus slid forward, the fulcrum point changed, making the situation even more dangerous and unpredictable. The weight of Stephanie and the rocks were less effective now. Megan's crying was louder than before. The vehicle's sudden movement had obviously scared her. "Megan, can you hear me?" he called out, hoping his voice would trump the sound of her weeping. "Yeah," she said, lessening her cries. "Can you put your hand out for me? I need to see exactly where you are." "Okay," she said, stopping her crying altogether. "I'll knock for you." A petite, dark-skinned fist came into view for Bunker, pushing past the seats and rapping on the metal to the left. Her knuckles were hitting what used to be the underside of the top of the bus. "Okay, I got ya. Now there's something else you gotta do for me," he said, unwrapping the clutch of belts from his hand. "What?" He looped and tied the end of the last belt around the stick he'd brought in. "I'm going to throw you something you need to use for your leg." "What is it?" "A small branch from a tree." "What's it for?" "To help keep your leg straight so it doesn't hurt when you move it. It's called a splint." "Okay." "Here it comes," Bunker said as he swung his hand back and brought it forward quickly. He let go of the branch and the attached strings of belts, sending the stick whirling sideways like a helicopter blade. Unfortunately, his aim was off. One of the ends hit a seat back, then ricocheted left and crashed into the metal top of the bus. It landed about 2 rows short of the girl's position. "Did you throw it?" "I don't see it," Megan said. "Hang on, I missed. Let me try again." He pulled on the belts and brought the makeshift splint back to his hands. Once again, he launched the stick, only this time he tossed it with an overhand motion, as if he was throwing a hatchet at a stump. It somersaulted through the air, hit the mesh guard behind the driver's seat with a ping and dropped down. A perfect shot. "Okay, sweetheart, it's right there. Now unhook the stick from the belts." A pair of tiny black hands grabbed it a second later. He watched her delicate fingers fiddle with the looping tie he'd used to secure the end of the belts to the wood. She worked it free in a few seconds. "I got it." "Good. Now I need you to put it alongside your injured leg. Be sure to put the middle of the splint right next to where your leg hurts the most. We need some of the stick to be above the pain and some of it below. Do you understand?" "Yeah," she said, turning quiet for a bit before speaking again. "It doesn't work." "What do you mean?" "My leg looks funny and I can't put the stick next to it. I think it's too long." He sighed, realizing what the problem was and what she needed to do next. "Can you straighten your leg? It's really important so the splint can work." "I'll try." A few seconds later, she cried out in pain, sending a chill down his spine. "I can't, Jack," she said, sobbing. "It hurts really bad when I move it." "You gotta try, Megan." "No, no, no, it hurts," she said, sobbing through the words. He couldn't let her give up. "You can do this, sweetheart, but you need to be really brave and straighten your leg so you can put the splint on. Then I can get you out of here." "It hurts too much. I can't. I just can't." His head slumped. If she couldn't put her leg in a splint, his only choice would be to drag her out with force. But with an unstable leg, the pain would be excruciating and he doubted she'd be able to hang on to the belts. The girl was crying heavily now. He wasn't sure what to do, but he wasn't about to give up. "Megan," he asked with a louder voice, needing to get her attention so he could calm her down. "I need you to listen to me." Her crying slowed before she spoke again. "Please, Jack, come and get me. I just want to go home to my dad." Chapter 17. Stephanie couldn't stop the tears when she heard the little girl's desperate pleas for help. Bunker was trying his best, but it was becoming clear this crisis wasn't going to end well. For any of them. Images of her son flashed in her mind, initially filling her heart with joy. Then the pain came crashing in when she imagined Jeffrey in Megan's place. Every parent knows when their children leave the house, there's never a guarantee they'll return home safe. Not in today's world. Not with danger and evil lurking around every corner, just waiting for an opportunity to strike. She wondered where this girl's parents were, what they were doing. Could they somehow sense she was in danger? Her mind flashed back to Jeffrey again, thinking about her son being trapped inside a bus with an injured leg. If the roles were reversed with Megan's parents, would they do everything they could to help save a little boy they didn't know? Deep down, she knew they would. There's a bond that all loving parents share, and it stems from the primal need to protect their offspring at all costs. But not just your own kids, everyone's, and it stems from more than just instinct or love, or from some unwritten social contract. It's part of our genetic code and was installed in our DNA back when humans first roamed the Earth. Bunker, Stephanie called out, hearing a break in the conversation inside the bus. Can you come out here for a minute? It's important. I'll be right back, Megan, Bunker said. No, please, Jack. Don't go, don't leave me here, Megan said in an emotionally charged voice. I'm not leaving you, Megan. I'm just gonna talk with Stephanie for a minute. I'll be right back, I promise. Okay, she answered in a sweet voice. Bunker appeared a few seconds later, standing with his hands on his hips in the dirt below. He looked up. What's up? You're wasting your breath. Megan's not going to be able to splint her own leg. Heck, I don't think I could do it, so we need a new plan. I know, I'm working on it. Well, work faster, she said, thinking about Jeffrey and the other kids waiting up on the road by themselves. I'm afraid we only have one choice, he said. What? Pull her out as is. With a broken leg. He shrugged. It's not a great plan, but I'm out of ideas. It's too bad we don't have some way to pull this bus away from the cliff. Then you could go inside and get her, like she wants. Well, that's not gonna happen. Not unless we had a heavy-duty block and tackle rig or a tow truck. What about that tree back there? She asked, pointing. Could you use the belts like a long rope? It's too far, Steph. Plus, we don't have the pulleys. She wasn't sure where the ideas were coming from, but her brain was formulating them as fast as she could utter the words. What about anchoring the bumper to the tree? It might help hold the bus long enough for you to get her out. I thought of that, but the belts are too short. That's at least 100 feet away. She pointed to the right. That tree's a lot closer. Yeah, but it's at the wrong angle. The bus would swing sideways and out of control before I got close to her. Once that happened, there'd be no way to stop it from dropping. She nodded, letting her eyes wander across the clearing and blur together. When her peripheral vision took over, her brain saw an imaginary shape, the letter S, and it was coming from the boulders in the clearing. Their placement, size, and shape formed the letter from left to right, like the S was lying sideways in the dirt. An idea roared in her thoughts. Hey, what about these rocks? Couldn't we just run the belts around this first one? She said, aiming her finger at the huge rock on the left, then tracing a path to the right. Then take it up and loop it around these others before tying it to the closer tree. His face lit up with excitement. Yes, I see where you're going with this. We use the rocks like a pulley system. That's exactly what I was thinking. Bunker stood motionless with his eyes pinched and jaw slightly ajar for a 3 count. Then he nodded. They're all pretty good size and probably wouldn't move much, if any. With the belts looped around them, it would give us a considerable mechanical advantage. Enough to keep the bus stable. Maybe, but it's still one hell of a gamble. There's no way to know how strong the belts are or how well they'll hold up around all those rough edges. I gotta believe it's better than trying to drag a little girl out with a bad leg. Can't argue with that, but I'll have to move quickly. Then all we need are the belts, she said, wanting to kick him into gear. He turned in a flash and went inside the bus. When he returned, his hands worked quickly to find the end of the belt string before tying it to the lower edge of the bumper. He followed the path Stephanie had suggested, looping the belts around the rocks in a snake-like pattern. 10 feet from the tree, the length of belts ran out. Are you kidding me? She asked in a sarcastic tone. I thought it was long enough, too. Maybe we need to wrap it fewer times around the rocks. No, I have a better idea, he said, taking his knife from its sheath. He grabbed hold of his blue jeans below his left thigh. then pulled the material away from his body as he stuck the tip of the knife inside and began to slice around his knee in a circular pattern. When Bunker was done, the denim fell to the ground around his foot, revealing the whitest calf she'd ever seen. No tattoos either, like she expected. His skin was pristine and devoid of any more of the curious artwork. Bunker shook the piece loose from his foot and then cut off the bottom of the material on his other leg, leaving him with an uneven pair of ragged jean shorts. "What are you doing?" she asked him as he scooped up the cutoffs and quickly sliced them lengthwise into equal segments of cloth, about 1 inch wide. "Making more rope," he said, braiding a few strands together. When he was done weaving all the strips, he tied the braided sections to each other to make a new length of rope several yards long. "That should do it," he said, coiling the jean rope on the ground like a rattlesnake waiting to strike. "Now I just need to strengthen it." "How?" she asked, seeing him move around to the front of the coil and turn away from her, the rope lying at his feet. Bunker's hands went to the front of his jeans, and a few seconds later, she saw a heavy stream of pee hit the rope on the ground. "Now that's just wrong," she said with attitude. "It's stronger when it's wet," he said, spraying his urine around in a circle like he was trying to write his name in the snow. Bunker finished pissing, zipped up, and then took the wet material and attached it with a thick knot to the end of the belts. He stretched it out and carried it to the tree on the right, then looped the excess pea-infused cloth around the trunk a few times before tying it. "I hope it holds," Stephanie said. "Me too," he answered, wiping his hands on his shorts. He walked back to the rear of the bus. "What about her leg? You still planning to use the splint?" He nodded. "It needs to be stabilized first. I'll use the stick that's still up there." "How you gonna secure it?" "I'll tear some strips from my shirt," he said, reaching down to pull his t-shirt up and over his head. "Wait," Stephanie said, not wanting the frightened girl to see his tattoos. She removed her shirt and tossed it to him, leaving her in only a bra. "Use mine." He gave her a sidelong look after catching the garment in his left hand, but didn't say anything. "It's better this way. First impressions and all," she added, hoping he'd understand her reasoning without her having to say the actual words. "Right, right," he said, climbing into the bus. "What took you so long?" Megan said to Bunker. Her voice sounded stronger than before, but still unsteady and full of emotion. "Had to set everything up, but I'm back now. I want to go home, Jack. Just hang on, I'm coming to get you." Chapter 18. Bunker took another step, leaning his left elbow against the metal top of the bus, with Stephanie's shirt in his opposite hand. So far, the bus felt stable beneath his feet. However, he just passed the middle row and knew the stakes would rise with each step forward. If the ground gave way under the bus like before, another shift forward would happen. Even with the rock formation being used as pulleys, he wasn't sure the belts would hold. If they snapped, the massive weight of the vehicle would take its occupants to the bottom of the canyon. "I'm almost there, Megan," he said, after 2 more rows were behind him. The girl didn't answer. He stopped and listened but couldn't hear her crying anymore. "Megan, can you hear me?" She still didn't respond. He didn't know if she was ignoring him, in shock, unconscious, or worse. He resumed his march to the front, picking up his pace. "Whoa!" Stephanie yelled a second later when the back end of the bus started to lift up a few inches. "We've got movement here." "Yeah, I feel it," he shouted back to her, stopping his feet. "How do the belts look? Are they holding?" "So far, but they're totally stretched tight and the tree is bending a little. I don't know about this." "I'll take it slow," he said to the shirtless woman on top. "If that tree bends any more, you need to tell me." "Okay, will do. But something tells me you'll know it before I do." Bunker realized she was correct. If the bus leaned forward anymore, the position of the belts around the rocks would change, causing them to rub against the porous surface. If that happened, they might snap in half or work themselves up and off the boulders altogether. He moved again, reducing his pace to about half what it was before. After each step, he stopped each time to check the angle of the vehicle. There was a small amount of vertical sway vibrating through his feet, like a soft shudder, but the tilt wasn't getting any worse. When he finally made it to the mesh screen behind the driver, he leaned around the seat back and saw Megan for the first time. The tiny girl was lying on her left side and curled loosely into the fetal position, with her head resting on an outstretched arm. Her feet were facing away from him, and the makeshift splint was only a few inches in front of her knees. Looking straight down, Bunker could see that her eyes were closed. Her petite, turned-up nose seemed to flare its nostrils each time she took a breath, so he knew she was still alive. She must have fallen asleep, probably a good thing given the stress of the moment. The dark-skinned tone of her upward-facing cheek had a noticeable sheen to it that accented her extra-long eyelashes. If he didn't know any different, he'd think she was a preteen ebony model who'd spent all day in the makeup chair before a photo shoot. Her black hair had been braided evenly into a series of cornrows that came together in a tight bun near the crown of her head. He guessed she was about 10 years old, though there wasn't much to the girl. The waistline of her blue jean shorts was very small, and so too was the thickness of her wrists and arms. She looked underweight, but he wasn't sure if that was normal or not for a girl her age. He was no expert when it came to kids. Megan's casual red top looked new and matched her red-colored studded earrings, but her outfit was going to need a good cleaning to remove the obvious dirt when she got home. He visually studied the condition of her legs to see if he could determine which one of them was broken. Both were bent and stacked on top of each other, but neither had blood showing or any bones sticking out through the skin. There was one difference, however. The knee on top was noticeably swollen and much larger than the other. Her free hand was loosely wrapped around it, indicating she'd been hanging onto it before she fell asleep. Maybe the girl had twisted her knee and didn't break her leg after all. If that was true, he'd need to use the stick as a two-sided brace and not a lengthwise splint. Bunker knelt down and shook her shoulder gently. "Megan, it's your new friend, Jack. You need to wake up now so I can take you home." She didn't respond. He tried again and again, but she never opened her eyes. Either this girl could sleep through a hurricane or she'd passed out. If the latter, then it was probably from the pain or a concussion. Either way, his task was the same. He grabbed the stick and put its midpoint under his own knee, pulling up on the two ends with force. It snapped in half like he'd hoped. The girl's injured knee was still bent when he slid the first half of the broken branch under it. To stabilize her leg, he decided to angle the brace diagonally to connect the inside of her thigh to the upper part of her calf. He positioned the remaining piece of the brace on the other side of her knee so it would match the angle, then tied it with 4 strips of cloth he cut from Stephanie's shirt. With the brace now in place, Megan's knee should stay bent while he carried her outside. Bunker put his knife away and got to his feet. He bent over and scooped his arms under her legs and head to pick her up. The moment he straightened up his back, the bus moved again, this time the back end lifting up a good 6 inches. Stephanie shrieked. The change in angle was unexpected and knocked him off balance. He took a quick step back to keep himself from falling over, but the sudden shift in weight from the two of them caused the bus to move yet again. Now the rear was at least a foot off the ground, he estimated, possibly more, and it was bouncing and swaying. "No, no, no," Stephanie said from her position on top of the bus. Those sudden, panicked words caused the video player in the back of Bunker's mind to flash a short clip of the belts outside, working themselves up the rocks. Then the vision changed, showing him what would happen if the ground under the bus gave way again. He didn't hesitate, leaning forward to begin his trek to the rear door, planning to retrace his steps from earlier. With the steeper incline ahead of him and an injured girl draped in his arms, it was much more difficult to keep his balance than before. He soon discovered that he needed to wedge his right shoulder against the side of the bus before stepping forward with his left foot. Otherwise, he would fall to the side. Once his foot was firmly planted, he bent his right knee and pushed hard with his thigh to shift his weight to his front leg. Then he brought his back leg forward to even out his footing. Since he couldn't use his hands to brace himself, this deliberate wedge step push process was his only choice to keep from falling and causing more unwanted movement of the bus. It was an awkward traveling motion that slowed his speed considerably, but he was making progress. 2 rows were behind him now. "How's it going in there?" Stephanie called out, hesitating only briefly before she spoke again. "Bunker, you still with me?" "Yeah, working my way out now," he said with diminished breath after another strenuous step. The bobbing motion of the bus seemed to be getting worse with each step. "This ain't exactly easy in here." He expected Stephanie to respond to his last comment, but instead she screamed, "Over here. I need help." It caught him by surprise. Bunker kept marching forward while listening to what was happening outside. A new female's voice spoke up. "Quick, get some ropes on that bumper." "You got it, ma'am," a man's deep voice answered. Bunker's heart lit up when he heard the new voices, adding strength to his legs. "Kids, stay back," Stephanie said. "Don't get in their way." "Mom, is Megan okay?" Jeffrey said. "We're working on it. Now all of you back up to the road." "But we wanna see," a young girl's voice said in response. "No, that's not a good idea. I need all of you to go. Now, back to the road, right this second." Bunker passed another row, stopping for a quick second to take in an extra breath. As he did, the motion of the bus quieted down considerably. The newcomers and their rope must have been helping. He continued, passing row after row until he could see around the last row of the transport and through the back door. A pretty brunette woman in a uniform was standing there with an outstretched arm. The badge on her chest was facing Bunker, a deputy's badge. 3 horses stood behind her, about 20 feet away. Each of them had a rope running from their saddle to the bus. He figured they were tied to the bumper and helping to stabilize the situation. A tall, well-built man was positioned between the 2 horses on the left. He was struggling to control them, with his hands on their bridles. Another guy was in charge of the remaining horse on the right. Bunker could see badges on both of their chests, even though they were in street clothes. "Here, give me your hand," the female cop said, shaking her fingers at him. "Nah, it's easier if I do it," he said, stepping past the last row of seats. The cop's other arm came inside the door when he arrived with Megan. "I'll take it from here." Bunker nodded. "Just watch her knee. It's hurt pretty bad." He waited until the woman's arms were under Megan before letting go. "I tried to wake her, but she's out cold. Might have hit her head in the accident. Could be a concussion. We need to get her back to town right away so Doc Marino can get a look at her," the cop said, easing the girl through the open frame in the door. "Oh, thank God," Stephanie said from above as the cop carried Megan away from the bus. Bunker slid himself out. When his feet found the dirt outside, he felt an enormous pressure vanish from his chest. He spun and craned his neck to look up, making eye contact with Stephanie, who was on her knees. She smiled, showing all of her teeth. "For a minute there, I thought I might never see you again." "Me too. It was touch and go there for a bit, but we did it." "No, you did it, Jack, you." He couldn't take all the credit. "With a little help from some new friends," he said, pointing at her and then the horses and their crew. "They just showed up, out of the blue. Uh-huh, God was definitely looking out for us today, all of us." He wasn't sure how to respond, so he decided to change the subject. "The kids okay?" "Yeah, I sent them back up to the road. They led the deputies down here," she said, spinning onto her stomach before climbing down from the elevated position. A second later, her arms were wrapped around him and squeezing tight. "That has to be the bravest thing I've ever seen," she whispered in his ear before kissing him softly on the cheek. She let go and backed away. "I don't know about that." "It was, trust me. Not many men would have done what you just did. That was amazing." He blushed, then felt a twinge of dizziness when a wave of tingles raced across his face and neck. He wobbled a bit on his feet, feeling the trees start to move and close in around him. Stephanie grabbed him by the arm and led him to one of the smaller rocks in the clearing. "Here, sit down a minute. You don't look so good." He planted his butt on the rock and ran his hands across his head and down the back of his neck. "I'm okay. I think I'm just coming down from the adrenaline rush. It was pretty intense in there." "Let me get you some water," Stephanie said, before walking away with purpose in her step. Chapter 19. Sheriff Gus Apollo tore across the town square and pushed into the horde of citizens gathered in front of Chalmers Market and Feed Store. The moon was full, showering the faces of the night crowd with a medieval glow while he used his hands and elbows as pry bars to advance. Some high-pitched, excited young voices were chanting, "Fight, fight, fight," bringing back vivid, painful memories from his schoolyard past. He could almost feel the warmth of the springtime sun from long ago as he lay helpless in the grass, while the oldest of the King brothers pounded at his chin. The same brother who was close to finishing his 10-year stint in jail for selling meth and would soon be released. The chant was coming from somewhere ahead of him, leading him to believe a group of kids were watching the scuffle in the front. "Sheriff's office, coming through," he yelled as each new layer of people presented itself. Some of the citizens heard him and moved apart, others didn't. He pushed onward regardless. Neither the dense bodies nor the rowdiness of the crowd was going to stop him from doing his job. When he arrived at the front, he was standing only a few feet from the store's front door. It had been propped open with a 3-foot-tall ash can filled with cigarette butts, one of which was still smoldering with red lipstick on it. Inside the market, 2 women were rolling around on the decorative concrete floor in a tangle of arms and legs. The one on top had long, platinum blonde hair that hung to the middle of her back. The woman on the bottom had shoulder-length hair, mostly gray, except for a patch of pure white strands above the ears. The blonde had her hands up and was blocking wild punches from the skinny female on the bottom, though the term punches might not have been the best description. They looked more like wild, roundabout slaps, some of them landing on their intended target, while others only caught air. A broomstick with a patch of blood on the handle sat on the floor next to the combatants. An open, liter-sized bottle of Pepsi was on its side nearby, soda spilling out in spurts from the end. One of the wire-framed potato chip stands to Apollo's right had been knocked over, sending at least a dozen bags of chips sprawling to the floor. It looked like some of them had been trampled on, spraying the contents like potato spores. A few of the chips had made their way into the mouths of onlookers, who were munching them like popcorn at the movies. The stand of produce beyond the bags had also been toppled, showering the store with green apples and broccoli clumps. He also saw a few squashed tomatoes sitting in their own red juices. His new deputy, Albert, was stationary on the left with his arms folded and resting on top of his generous midsection. He looked dumbfounded as the scuffle between the two women continued. Next to him was the other member of Team 2, Dustin Brown. The pencil-thin, goofy-looking young man who stood more like a hunched-over stork than a peace officer. If Apollo had his pick, he'd rather have the athletic members of Team 3 watching his back instead of these two. Their size and strength would have come in handy if this crowd decided to turn violent. Just behind the deputies was a ring of people, some of them wearing store-issued aprons and name tags, while others looked to be customers who'd stopped their evening shopping spree to watch the middle-aged bantamweight fight. With the power out, Apollo couldn't make out the faces of the women beating on each other. The only source of light was from a series of gas-powered lanterns burning nearby, making the shadows in the vicinity dance with every flicker. The moonlight outside was also present, but its effect was limited to the area just inside the door. The woman on her back had a store apron on, but the rest of her was a mess of tangled hair, grunts, screeches, and hand slaps. Right then, he heard the powerful smack of several blows landing on skin, mostly on the cheeks of the female fighting from the bottom. Gus needed to end this altercation before someone got seriously hurt. "All right, break it up," he shouted, wrapping his arms around the waist of the female on top. He pulled back with force, prying her up and away from the other. The woman on the floor rolled to her side and got up in a staggering motion, then swiped her hair out of the way to reveal her face. She took a breath and charged the other woman. Apollo let go of his prisoner and jumped between the women to stop round 2 of this bout from starting. He put his hands out, landing them as stiff arms on the women's chests. "I said that's enough, it's over." He finally got a good look at the store employee in the brawl. It was Grace Charmer, the owner and manager. Her cheeks were covered with a string of lengthy red marks, just short of being scratches. "Grace, what's going on here?" She pointed at the other woman, then at the half-empty bottle of soda lying on the floor. "Miss Bad Die Job over there was trying to steal from me, so I whacked her over the head with my broomstick. Then she jumped me." Apollo turned his eyes to Grace's sparring partner. Blood was trickling down from a small gash above the woman's left eyebrow. When his eyes landed on the other person's face, he couldn't believe it. It was Allison Rainey, the waitress he'd been wanting to ask out on a date. He brought his hand up to his mouth and cleared his throat to cover up his look of shock. "You're the last person I expected to be in the middle of a fight, Allison." "Hello to you too, Sheriff. Why were you stealing Pepsi from Grace?" "I wasn't stealing. I was thirsty, so I opened the bottle and took a sip. Is there some law against drinking soda while you're waiting in line to pay for it?" "That's not what happened, Sheriff," Grace said, raising her voice and wagging her index finger at the other woman. She was on her way to the door and was gonna walk right out. I had to stop her. Allison threw up her arms and began waving them as she spoke. "I was heading to the back of the line, you stupid bitch. There's like 100 people in here. Maybe if you knew how to run a business, you'd have more registers open so customers wouldn't have to wait around all night to pay." Grace put her hands on her hips. "Okay, if what you say is true, then tell me this. Why did you run? Only guilty people run." "Because I saw a crazy woman coming at me with a broom. You'd run, too, if you were in my shoes." The sheriff looked at Grace, pinching his eyebrows. "I thought you said she jumped you." "She did, after I hit her with the broom." "Of course I did. I had to defend myself," Allison snarled, pointing at the cut above her eye. "Look at what she did to me, Sheriff, and for no good reason. She's dangerous and should be locked up. We can't have people running around town and committing attempted murder with a deadly weapon." "Deadly weapon? Are you crazy? It was just a broom. Still, you could have killed me with it if I hadn't fought back. I wasn't going to kill you. I was just protecting my store from a thief. I had every right to stop you before you ran outside. Don't believe her, Sheriff. You need to arrest her right now before someone gets killed by this witch and her broom, Allison said, with disdain dripping from her lips in the form of spittle. Apollo looked at Albert and Dustin. What did you guys see? Albert responded, pretty much what they just said. Next thing I know, they're pulling hair and trying to punch each other. Why didn't you stop it? Us. Yeah, that's your job, to keep the peace. That's why I sent you here, to make sure everyone behaved in an orderly, efficient manner. I thought we were only supposed to observe and report, not get involved after what happened to me at the gas station earlier. Apollo shook his head, realizing these two deputies were going to need a lot of training just to perform the basics of their new assignment. It didn't take a brain surgeon to know when to step in and stop two older women from trying to beat the snot out of each other. Can you at least tell me if there was theft involved? Albert shrugged. No way to know for sure. She could have been headed for the back of the line or the door, but she was definitely drinking the item before paying. That much I'm sure of. Oh, and the gray-haired lady definitely hit the other one first. The rest of it was just an old, wrinkly blur. What about you? The sheriff asked the other deputy. Anything to add, Dustin? The string bean shook his head and swallowed his lower lip for a few seconds before answering. Nah, that's basically what happened. I was thinking about going to get you, but then you just showed up on your own. I thought, cool, I can just watch. You know, catfight and all. So, Sheriff, are you going to arrest her or not? Grace asked. We can't just let people steal. I told you I wasn't stealing, Allison shot back at Grace. I'd prefer not to arrest anyone, Apollo said, making eye contact with both of them. As far as I'm concerned, this was just a big misunderstanding. What I'd like to see happen is for both of you to apologize to each other and then shake hands. Can you do that? Or do I need to throw both of you in jail? Grace folded her arms over her chest and let her head sink. Allison put her hands on her hips and tilted her head a few degrees to one side. Her lips were pinched. Come on, ladies. I've got more important things to do right now than referee the two of you. I'm not going to ask again. Shake hands and apologize, or I'm locking you both up. Your choice. Grace nodded, though tentatively. Allison did the same. Sorry I hit you with the broom. I shouldn't have done that, Grace said, putting her hand out for a shake. I shouldn't have jumped on you like that. I'm sorry too, Allison answered, taking Grace's hand in hers. The two ladies shook, then turned and walked away from each other. Nice work, Sheriff, Dustin said. All in a day's work, Apollo said. But next time you see a couple of women start to go at it, jump in and stop it. Just be gentle. Understand? Got it, Chief, Dustin answered. Apollo looked at Albert and waited for him to respond. Yeah, okay. Next time. Though to be perfectly honest, I kinda wanted to see the rest of the fight. I've heard that sometimes clothes get torn off. Apollo rolled his eyes and turned for the door. Just then, someone outside yelled, "Oh my God!" It was a woman's voice, and her sudden outburst caused the rest of the crowd to turn in unison and face the center of the square. A collective gasp rose up from the throng of onlookers, as if it had been scripted for a Hollywood movie. A split second later, most of them took off in a slow jog in the direction they were looking. Good God, what now? Apollo said, turning to Albert and Dustin. Their eyes were glued on the ruckus beyond the door. You two, stay here. But it looks like the action's out there, Albert said. Hey, there's the mayor, Dustin added, tapping Albert on the shoulder, then pointing his bony hand outside. Apollo whirled his head around and spotted Mayor Buckley trotting alongside the citizens in his sport coat. Apollo looked back at Dustin. Then Albert. "Wait here till I get back. That's an order," he said with a clenched jaw before breaking into a full sprint to catch up to the mayor. Chapter 20. 5 minutes earlier. Bunker adjusted the position of the tiny black girl lying in his arms as they headed farther into the town of Clearwater. The makeshift knee brace he'd attached to Megan's leg seemed to be doing its job. As long as he kept her ride smooth, she didn't scream in pain. The streets were littered with abandoned cars and trucks, many of them sitting with their hoods open, and he knew why. When the EMP hit, it fried their electronics and killed their engines, just like with the Amtrak train. The drivers must have gotten out and lifted the hoods to see what was wrong. He wondered how long it took before they all realized some catastrophic event had just taken place. Sure, cars break down all the time, but never this many all at once. They had to realize something unusual had happened. He peered down at the injured girl in his arms when she fidgeted. The only light source was the moon, but he could still see her innocent eyes looking back at his. "We're almost there, Megan. I'm sure your dad is going to be very happy to see you." "Jack, can I ask you something?" she asked in a tender, sweet voice. "Sure, anything." "Do you like horses?" "Sure, I like horses. Why?" "Because I want you to meet my horse when we get home. His name is Star. He's really beautiful and gentle. You're gonna love him." Jack didn't want to tell her no, or that he planned to skip town the first chance he got, so he chose something more neutral and non-committal. "I'm sure he's a wonderful horse," he said, seeing Megan's eyes close right before her breathing turned deep and full. She was out again, like she'd done several times since he rescued her. When they'd first left the scene of the accident, he and Deputy Clark tried putting Megan in a saddle, but her knee couldn't take the long, uneven strides or the effects of gravity. The girl cried in pain after every step, forcing Bunker to pull her off the animal and carry her to town in his arms. Megan didn't weigh much, but after several miles, even his stout biceps were starting to feel the strain. Bunker turned his head for a moment, checking on the kids following behind. So far, they'd been pretty well behaved. He brought his eyes forward. "Looks like you were right," he said to Stephanie. "About what?" "The kids walking." "I'm glad you agree. Though I could have used your support earlier when I was trying to convince Daisy we didn't want to try alternating who rode and who walked. That plan never would have worked. You can't play favorites, not with a bunch of hungry, tired kids. I figured you two had it handled. That's why I stayed out of it. You know, go along to get along." "Coward," she said, wearing a smile. Bunker had another question to ask, but wasn't sure if he should. Something had been nagging at him ever since they'd rescued Megan from the bus. He thought about it for a few more strides, then decided to let the words fly. "So what's the deal with you two?" The smile vanished from her lips. "What do you mean, with Daisy?" "Yeah, the tension is so thick, I can taste it. There's some history." "I gathered that. It's too bad because we used to be good friends. But after what she did, I can't stand to look at her anymore." He could hear the emotional pain in her words. "That's why she seems to cave into whatever you suggest. I was wondering." "Yeah, she owes me, big time." "What happened?" "I really don't want to go into it right now," she answered, shooting a look down at Jeffrey then at Bunker. He understood. She didn't want her son to hear the details. "Gotcha. Forget I asked." Stephanie had also persuaded Daisy earlier to leave the bus driver's body behind until someone could return and retrieve him from the bus. She didn't want the kids seeing the dead body of their teacher flopping around on a horse. If the rumor was true about the driver having a pacemaker, Then it seemed logical to assume the device failed when the EMP blasted the area. Assuming Bunker's theory was correct, then the bus accident was random and uncontrolled. The kids got lucky. The bus could have easily plowed into a tree or hit one of the unmovable boulders in the clearing, sending more of the kids flying than just Megan. The injury toll would have been much worse. Some may have been fatal. Stephanie let go of Jeffrey's hand for a moment to adjust the oversized coat she was wearing. One of the male deputies had given up his jacket so she could cover up her bra and stay warm. If Bunker had to do it over again, he never would have used her shirt as lashing material for Megan's knee brace. Instead, he could have cut strips of material from one of the seats in the bus. Jeffrey hadn't been talking much during the trek back to town. For most of the day, the kid had been a non-stop question machine, giggling occasionally for no apparent reason. Bunker figured the boy was tired and running on fumes. When you're exhausted, the first thing to go is your willingness to engage in excess conversation. Cranky mute was term Bunker's mother used to throw at him when he was little. On the right, Deputy Daisy had her hands full with two red-headed girls, both literally and figuratively. The twins, Barb and Bate, loved to swing their arms and were chatterboxes, yanking on Daisy like a pull toy. The deputy seemed to enjoy it. She played along with their frivolity, never complaining once. Barb was a little heavier than Bate, making it easy to keep them straight since her face was rounder. The key to telling them apart would be to look at them together, then he could compare their plumpness. The rest of the kids were behind Bunker and walking in a loose herd of pattering feet. At the rear of the slow-moving mass were the two male deputies who'd showed up in the clearing with Daisy. They were on foot, herding the kids like cattle while leading the horses loaded with packs. They seemed content to just do their jobs and take orders from Daisy, and from Stephanie. But that wasn't the only thing Bunker found odd about the law enforcement trio. Only Daisy was dressed in uniform. The other two were in street clothes. He wasn't sure why, but figured it had something to do with a sudden rescue mission on horseback. When they turned the next corner and passed a bicycle shop, his jaw dropped open. The massive town square was dead ahead, but so, too, were dozens of people facing away from him. There was a buzz of conversation going on. "Something's happening inside Chalmers Market," Daisy said. "Grace's place," Stephanie added. "I hope something hasn't happened to her." "I take it you know her?" Bunker asked. "Yeah, nice lady. She lost her husband a while back in a freak tractor accident and was forced to step in and run his store. I remember the first couple of weeks. She was in way over her head and completely lost. I felt so sorry for her." Before Bunker could take another step, one of the men in the crowd noticed their approach and pointed his finger at them. The man leaned to the left and must have said something to the others nearby because more of them turned around and stared. "Oh my God!" a woman's voice called out from the crowd. With that, the rest of the crowd turned around and gasped. A second later, they started jogging toward Bunker and his group. "Should I be worried?" he asked Daisy. "They're not going to like some strange man carrying one of their daughters back to town." "No, I got this. They know me," she said, increasing her pace with the two girls. She raced ahead to intercept the flood of townspeople. "Mom," one of the boys behind Bunker said before taking off in a full gallop. "Dad," another said, following the first boy. More and more of the kids ran forward, sprinting to their respective family members. Hugs and kisses ensued, showering the children with love and affection. "There's the sheriff," Stephanie said a few seconds later, pointing at a burly man wearing a uniform. He was in the middle of the pack and not very tall. "And the mayor," Stephanie added. "He's the taller one in the sport coat." Jack didn't like the idea of getting cozy with all these strangers, especially those in charge of an entire town or those who happen to be wearing a badge. Luckily, Deputy Daisy hadn't asked a lot of questions during their hike back to town, so he didn't have to evade or lie to her. But the sheriff would certainly want to know more. A lot more. Bunker's fingerprints were in the system, and he couldn't take the chance someone would run a check and discover his past if the power was ever restored. He looked at Stephanie. "Just so you know, once we get Megan back to her father, I'm gonna head out." "You're leaving?" Jeffrey asked, breaking his long silence. "Why?" Stephanie asked. "We just got here." "I'm not all that comfortable in large groups. It's best if I get on my way as soon as this is over. Besides, the last thing this town needs is another mouth to feed. With the power out, things are going to get dicey." "Is it because of what I saw under your shirt?" she asked. "Partly." "But you said you weren't that man anymore." "I'm not, but a man's past follows him wherever he goes. No matter how hard he tries, he can't outrun it. It's always there, stalking him." She rolled her eyes, not exactly sure what that means, but whatever. "Look, I know you have a million questions, and frankly, I don't blame you. But let's face it, I don't exactly blend in, or fit in for that matter. I'm a complete stranger to these people, an outsider. So trust me when I say my presence here would only add more risk to what's already a risky situation." "Please, Mr. Bunker, don't leave. Please," Jeffrey pleaded. "I have to sport, it's for the best." She shrugged. "Fine. If you want to leave, then leave. It's a free country. All I can say is I'm not surprised. You can never count on men to step up when you really need them." "I understand why you say that, but you really don't know me. There's more to this than you realize. I'm just looking out for you and your son." "Hey, we all have a past," she said like a talk show host, tilting her head back and forth. "That's true, but not like mine." "Then explain it to me." "I can't." "Why not?" "Because I'm afraid you'll hate me. So let's just leave things as they are," he said as residents of Clearwater began to surround the four of them. "Like I said, whatever," she said, changing her voice to a whisper before she spoke again. "The dude in the cowboy hat is Megan's father, Franklin Atwater. He runs the horseback riding club just outside of town." A tall, trim black man with broad shoulders and a full beard stepped forward. He was in full Western gear, including flannel shirt, jeans, and a bronze belt buckle. His boots were polished, and so was the silver bolo tie around his neck. "My goodness, what happened to her?" Franklin asked, looking at Bunker first, then Stephanie. "Is she okay?" Stephanie took the lead and answered. "We think she was sitting up on the seat when the bus crashed. I'm afraid she took quite a tumble." "You two found her?" Franklin asked. Stephanie nodded. "Her and the rest of the kids." "Where's Wilhelm?" Franklin asked. "He didn't make it," she answered in a somber tone. A long pause fell over the group. "Don't forget I helped too," Jeffrey said, breaking the silence. "I'll bet you did," Franklin said, smiling at the boy and patting him on the head. "Yes, he was very brave," Stephanie said, bending down to wrap her arms around her son's shoulders. She finished her squeeze, then stood up to face Franklin. "You should know that the bus was hanging over a cliff when my new friend here, Mr. Jack Bunker, crawled in and risked his own life to save your daughter." Franklin looked stunned for a moment, then returned to reality. Thank you," he said, holding out his arms to receive his daughter. "I don't know how I'm ever going to repay you." Bunker gave Megan to him, letting her slide gingerly from his grasp. "Careful with her knee. I'd suggest keeping it supported and not moving it around too much. It's pretty swollen." "I see that," the father said before kissing his daughter softly on the cheek. "Megan, sweetheart, wake up. It's Daddy. I'm here now, darling. Everything is going to be okay." Megan's eyes remained closed and there was no reaction to his gentle words. Franklin shot a look of confusion at Bunker but didn't say anything. He didn't have to. His eyes said it all. Bunker could see his pain. "She's been in and out since the crash. We think she might have hit her head too. But since there's no apparent bruising or blood, we really don't know much for sure. You need to get her medical attention right away." When Franklin's face turned from confusion to concern, Bunker continued, hoping to alleviate some of the man's dread. "When she's awake, she seems coherent and in reasonably good spirits. So hopefully it's nothing serious. It could just be exhaustion. After all, your daughter's been through a lot today. But a doctor really needs to examine her, just to be sure. I'll make sure she gets everything she needs. I can't thank you enough. All of you, for bringing my little girl home to me." "It's our pleasure, Franklin," Stephanie said, putting a hand on Bunker's shoulder. Franklin turned and headed east across the square. Bunker waited until Stephanie looked at him, letting his courage rise before he had to speak again. "Hey, it's about that time." "Please don't go," she said, pleading with watery eyes. "I don't have a choice. It's been great getting to know you and your son. He's a good boy and you should be proud of him." Jeffrey wrapped his arms around Bunker's bare legs and squeezed them tight. Before Bunker could pry the kid loose, a swarm of children from the bus and their parents surrounded him, led by the sheriff and Daisy. The mayor remained behind, chatting with some of the other parents and kids. The lawman came forward and put out his hand. "I'm Sheriff Gus Apollo." Bunker gripped it with force and shook it twice, looking the man in the eye. Jack Bunker. He needed to size up the new acquaintance and see if he could detect the sheriff's intentions. "My deputy tells me all these kids are safe because of you," Apollo said. He turned his gaze at Stephanie and then Jeffrey. "And you too, as well." "We were just doing what anyone else would do, Sheriff," Bunker answered, as Jeffrey let go of his legs and stood by his mother. "Well, I'm not so sure about that. Risking your life for total strangers is not something you see every day, not in today's world of never getting involved." Apollo turned sideways and held out an open hand. "These parents have something they'd like to say to you. Both of you." A second later, a dozen hands came at Bunker and Stephanie, along with a barrage of appreciative phrases, including "God bless you," "We owe you," and of course, "Thank you." Bunker gripped each of their palms and gave them a quick shake. Some of the moms exchanged their handshakes for a firm hug, wrapping their trembling arms around Jack's neck, then Stephanie's. Just when Bunker thought it was almost over, some of the little ones they'd saved decided to tackle Bunker's legs with a group hug. He wasn't sure what to do with everyone watching, so he just stood there in the limelight, offering up a forced grin as he waited for the hugfest to end. Stephanie bent down and greeted the children who came her way with an emotional hug for each. Bunker watched her with the little ones and wished he was as comfortable around emotional kids. Her motherly instinct was impressive and genuine. When it was over and the children returned to their parents, he announced to everyone, "Thank you, folks, but I really need to be going." "Oh no, you're not," Deputy Daisy said, latching onto his arm. "We've got some celebrating to do." "That's right," one of the male parents said. "There needs to be a hero's party." "No, that's really not necessary," Bunker said. Yes, it is. It's the least we can do," one of the soccer moms said, grabbing his left hand and leading him forward. "Do you have a place to stay, Mr. Bunker? We have plenty of room in our house." The twin girls Daisy had been walking with grabbed his other hand, pulling his arm free from Daisy's grip. "Please, Mr. Bunker, stay at our house. Please." Bunker looked at Stephanie, who was grinning from ear to ear. It was clear she was getting a kick out of all the attention he was getting. "Welcome to my hometown," Stephanie quipped, "where no one ever leaves, including me, apparently." He sighed, knowing it was going to be impossible to say no. He felt like a carnival freak who'd been imprisoned behind viewing glass with everyone huddling around and staring at him. The word uncomfortable didn't begin to cover it. "Just roll with it," Stephanie said, winking. "You really don't have a choice." He nodded. She was right. He didn't have a choice, not without raising suspicions. But it wasn't all bad. Even though he'd never admit it, it felt amazing being appreciated by a bunch of strangers for once, instead of being feared when he rolled into a new town. A genuine grin grew on his lips. Maybe, just maybe, the new life he'd been looking for had just found him.